All right, Shabbat Shalom, family. Welcome back to Sword of Truth, Sabbath class. And me, Sham Shawan, and Brother Dawiyad will be teaching class today. War's out, but he'll be back in action quite shortly. But the water for coming out for those that are in class. Good seeing y'all for this Shabbat. And then also, Shalom online to everybody online. Shout out to you online, family. Hopefully you're doing well. And shout out to our brothers and sisters, Stream of Wisdom in Houston, Rochester, and Virginia. So also Kawakam in Guatemala. Shout out Shalom to you as well. And also Amiyat in London. All of our brothers in California, Florida, Canada, New Mexico, and scattered throughout the U.S. and also Costa Rica and overseas. Shalom to you as well. Alrighty. So we're gonna get the Sabbath class started. But we're going to kind of just backtrack slightly. We've kind of read up to this point, but because it's so much information, and last week we kind of took an expose on why the Most High would let the nations be involved in overseeing how our care as caregivers, almost, so to speak, because of the coldness of heart that we possess amongst our people. And so the Most High introduced the nations as being our leaders because we were unmerciful to the poor, to the widows. And that's kind of like where we stopped at last week. And we're going to kind of take a backtrack just a little bit to kind of show what got us into that mentality and why the Most High had to put us in that condition to begin with.
And we touched on it slightly when we dealt classes before previous where the elites of Israel, because every nation has a class system. Mm-hmm. The elites of Israel were having a metaphor about we will be like the meat within this cauldron. The cauldron is the strong exterior pot, protected, and the meat is the elite. They're protected amongst whatever's going on, and the people were not going to be in the know or information that the society was collapsing.
Right.
So they could still do business deals.
Right. They were cushioned, so to speak, from the fall, or from being affected by the economy or the state of the economy at the time. And even now, people think that, as long as I have a certain a level of wealth or economics, I'll be able to survive whatever downsides the inflation is causing on our economy right now. But everybody's going to feel it, just like everybody felt it during that time. Everybody's going to feel it around this time. But before we get started, we're going to go ahead and send up our prayers. Also, let's make sure that we're on, because I know we had a little technical difficulty with the cord. So let's make sure that we're on YouTube. Can somebody check that, Karai? Make sure we it's live. It says it's live here, but I want to make sure. Yeah, okay, we're good. I see it. Yeah. All right. Before we're going to get started on today's lesson, we got a lot of history to cover. But let's go ahead and get our prayers, send up our prayers to the Most High. Dawiyad, me and you, we're going to send up the prayers first, and then we're going to ask the congregation to go ahead and rise.
Yeah, but
so
first.
Majum?
Yeah, but first.
First, just me and Dawiyad, and then we'll go ahead and have everybody else stand, and we'll say these prayers as well. All right, let's get, we got the candle lit.
This one. Candle lit right now. Do no candle.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Natalonawa.
Talanawa.
Awar. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the light this day. Thanks. So be it.
All right. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Natalonawa. Rayach. Nayakacha. The water.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
All right. right. Imagine. We'll put in Jerusalem.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
All right, so everybody rise, face Jerusalem. This way. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Nathalanahu. Hashabbath. Ba'Shalom. Tawada. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
All right. Psalms 121. Ay Nasha, Ayanyamya, Al, Haharyam, Ma'ayah, Yabua'a, Izoria, Yabua'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'arataza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawum, Shashamaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawum, Wala'a, Yashun, Shashawamor, Yasha'ala, Yahweh, Shemaria, Yahweh, Tazalia, Al, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemat, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawum, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaria, Makol, Rai, Yashamor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashamor, Hawalakia, Wabuaya, Ma'aita, Wa'ai, Awalam.
I will lift up my eyes to the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. All right, Israelite Credo. Shema Yasha'ala, Yahweh, Alahaya Nawa, Yahweh, Achad, Shema Yasha'ala, Yahweh, Alahaya Nawa, Yahweh, Achad, Shema Yasha'ala, Yahweh, Alahaya Nawa, Yahweh, Achad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
All right, the Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shamka, Yahweh, Malakwithka, Saba'ah, Batazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Lathalanawa, Lachom, Kol, Yawum, Wasalachnawa, Kabwathnawa, Kasalachnawa, Kabawathinawa, Wala'ah, Sabianawa, Badasaya one, Abo, Hawashai Nawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Waha'ala, Watapara, La'ai Walamyu,
Aman. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'a Yahaya, Laka, Alahayim, Akar, Akaryim, I'll, Punya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
La'a, Ta'aina, Waka, Pasol, Wala'a, Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Falakwakat, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakor, Hayawum, Hashabbat, Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father, thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Tharatazak.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Thana'at.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah. Thaganah.
Thaganah. Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah. Tha'ainah. Shakor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah. Thakamad. Kol. Asherah. Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Natalanahu.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Yishabi.
Take seats.
Everybody seated. All right. Shalom Israel. Shabbat Shalom. We're going to go ahead and get started with our Sabbath reading today. And we're going to cover a lot of history, but hopefully it's going to be clear and very informative, and allow us to catch up to where we were when we finished off last week, and then also to progress on from 1 Ezra chapter 1. We stopped at verse 24 last week, but we're going to kind of take a moment to magnify Ezra. So the topic of the Sabbath class is called, of the Sabbath service, called the Prophet Ezra and the Call to Duty. Alrighty. So this is the Prophet Ezra and the Call to Duty, and why the Most High commissioned Ezra to be able to initiate a repentative heart for us to return back to the Most High. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and get Kariah first. Let's salute Kariah in. Major?
Yeah.
You need a microphone?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and get you started.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banyashala.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banyashala, Amajum, Barak, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua. My bad.
Yajimata. All right, you shot me. All right. You had to kick it. You had to kick it in.
Yeah. That's water. That's what I need.
You had to kick it in, bro.
Need that water, man.
You gotta come with it.
Yeah, I got the alkaline water. We good. What's up?
All right. So first and foremost, like I said, shalom to everybody online, and let's go ahead and get started with our Sabbath reading today. We're going to start in Hosea to kind of kick off this understanding of why Ezra had to be called in the first place, and what his message was, and why his message was so relevant during this time frame. Let's go to Hosea chapter 4, and let's read verse 6.
Now, Hosea chapter 4 and verse 6. It says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
He said, my people are destroyed for what?
Lack of knowledge.
For lack of knowledge. So it's what we don't know that destroys us. But he said also, read on.
Because thou hast rejected knowledge.
So it's not that the knowledge wasn't there, but that we want to offer the information.
It's not like the knowledge for progression is not available. He said, it says there's something that we do when the knowledge is present, when the knowledge is available. Read.
Thou hast rejected knowledge.
Like I just said. What do?
Reject knowledge.
So we reject the knowledge of the Most High. So what does the Most High do in response of us rejecting His knowledge? So let's find out. What does the Most High do? Read.
I will also reject thee.
The Most High said, in response, because you failed to acknowledge my knowledge, or input or implement my knowledge in your life, or in your mind, or your heart. He said, I will reject who?
Thee.
Go ahead.
that thou shalt be no priest to me.
Now, a priest does the service of the Most High. That a priest is responsible for executing the service of the Most High. He does the duties of the Most High.
And can I pull a switch right here?
Okay,
1 Samuel 2 and 3. Real quick.
let's get it.
1 Samuel 2 and 3.
Let me go ahead and put that up.
Now, 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 3. Talk no more so exceeding proudly.
Talk no more so exceedingly proud. Lofty ideas, lofty goals, lofty visions, what I'm finna do with my life. The Most High said you're supposed to seek out the book of the Lord and do what?
Read.
We're supposed to read the Bible. Right? Read on.
Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth.
Now, arrogancy is everything's more important than the pursuit of the Father and the service of my nation. Read.
For the Most High is a power of knowledge.
He is a God or a power of knowledge. So when we reject knowledge, who are we rejecting?
The Most High.
We reject the Most High. The Most High is offering knowledge. He's offering himself. He's a God of knowledge. If I'm rejecting what he's offering, then there is a consequence or there is a issue that comes with that. Real fast. 1 Corinthians 15 and 34. 15 and 34. 1 Corinthians 15, 34.
1 Corinthians chapter 15 and verse 34.
Uh-huh.
It says, awake to righteousness and sin not, for some have not the knowledge of the Most High.
Some have not the knowledge of the Most High. But now we know why.
Because there's a rejection of knowledge.
There's a rejection of knowledge. And he's a God of knowledge. But we reject his knowledge. Read on.
It says, I speak this to your shame.
I speak this to your shame. So rejecting knowledge leads to what?
Shame.
It leads to shame. One more scripture. That's cool.
Yeah.
Proverbs 13 and verse 18. This harping on Psalm 1's point about the rejection of knowledge.
Let me put it on there. Proverbs 13 and 18.
Proverbs 13 and 18.
Proverbs chapter 13 and verse 18.
It said we're destroyed for lack of knowledge because we reject knowledge.
We reject the God of knowledge.
We reject the God of knowledge. And you know what? He said, hey, I speak this to your shame. Because with knowledge comes what? Instruction. Proverbs 13 verse 18.
Proverbs chapter 13 and verse 18. Poverty and shame shall be to him that refuseth instruction.
It's pretty clear.
Yeah.
This is what's going to happen.
What is the end result?
Poverty, read it again.
What's the outcome?
Poverty and shame shall be to him that refuseth instruction. But he that regardeth reproof shall be honored.
And going to this topic, the structure, some men regard the Most High's knowledge and value it, and the majority of people don't. But now we're seeing the historical process from a group of people that are rejecting the God of knowledge, rejecting the Most High's knowledge.
And there's a consequence.
Tom.
I don't have a dictionary with me, but what is reproof?
Reproof is instruction in righteousness or correction. Reproof is correction.
Okay.
That's what reproof is. It's really correction.
Okay.
But it's the right way to do something. When you exhort somebody to do something the right way. So reproof is correction. Steering somebody in the right direction. That's what reproof is.
Okay.
Reproof and exhort is very similar. It's mild correction.
Okay.
Sometimes reproof can be sharp too.
Okay.
But that's what reproof is. All right. Let's get since we understand that in Hosea the Most High said, I will reject you and you shall be no what? Back to Hosea chapter 4 verse 6, correct?
Hosea chapter 4 and verse 6. It says, that thou shalt be no priest to me, seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy power.
Read
I will
on.
also forget thy children.
Oh,
He said, and so the Most High said, as a result, he said, I will also forget your who?
Children.
He said, since you forget me, I'll forget your children. Read on.
It says, as they were increased, so they sinned against me, Therefore will I change their glory into shame.
He said there once again, backing up what Dawiyah just brought out, is that what's the end result of rejecting the Most High's knowledge?
Shame.
Shame is always going to be the end result. But it's shame on who?
On us.
It's shame on the individuals that reject his knowledge and the future generation.
God.
So now with that, let's go ahead and go to where we are. Let's go to Lamentations chapter 2. I want you to start at verse 6 in Lamentations chapter 2. Because what we're reading is an eventual set of actions that the Most High has taken upon us after we've had this 450-year span of the kings that failed to observe the Most High and institute his knowledge without us falling backwards into idol worship, setting up high places, duplicating the sins of the nations, consorting with the nations. So after 450 years of the Most High saying, okay, I've given all these kings an opportunity, both on the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern tribe of Judah. Both of them had kings that couldn't lead our people correctly. It was only a few good ones. Only 3 good kings, technically. But all the kings failed. So the Most High said, okay, well, I'm gonna replace and remove the kings. And that's what we're leading up to right now in Lamentations chapter 2.
Because that king system was not effective. It's like anything. When you keep putting that North Star in your Cadillac, that North Star engine,
that North Star motor, right?
After a certain period of time, you're like, you know what? You know how many Cadillacs I've seen? And they're good-looking cars. I love Cadillacs. But that North Star engine, I kept hearing bad news about it. What's up with this North Star engine, bro?
When nobody want to work on it.
It's like, hey, you gonna fix this?
Nah, I don't work on that.
We always heard that, bro. It's like after a while, they just got rid of it.
Yeah, they got to take that 32 valve, 32 valve injection system out the engine. You know why? Because it always overheats. And if you don't put them down, if you don't put them gaskets on correctly, it always overheats, and then the engine sucks in the coolant, and then you got a $6,000 problem.
Yeah, consistently.
Yeah. But what you're saying is, the reason why you brought it up is what I'm saying is that over time, this is a end result of what happens to our people when we reject his knowledge, right? Now read this. This is where we are in time. Read this, Lamentations chapter 2, verse 6.
Lamentations chapter 2 and verse 6. And he have violently taken away his tabernacle.
So because we reject the Most High's way of doing things, we don't want to observe his laws, his statutes and commandments, and we despise and we reject our obedience to him. He says, no problem. Then why have you served me? Why have you served me if it's not in the cards of what you want to do with your life? Then why have you served me in the first place? Why do it against your will? He said, so the Most High said in return, in response for us rejecting him, he does what? Read on.
He had violently taken away his tabernacle.
This is the destruction of the temple and the fall of Jerusalem as a pinnacle, as a citadel, as a place of high worship to the Most High. This is our chief sanctuary and observation of the Most High, where all of our sacrifices belong. Where all of our sacrifices for the purpose of receiving forgiveness of sins, remission of sins. This is the focal point of our connection with the Father. So the Most High said, listen, for this reason, since you reject me, then you will have no more opportunity to petition me for a favor or to ask me for forgiveness. Read on.
As if it were of a garden.
It's kind of similar to how when David was at war and that brother ended up running to the altar, he grabbed the horns of the altar, right?
Yep.
Like, this is like my safe place.
I believe that was Joab, man. That was Joab. It was one brother that was it might have been Joab, man. David told Solomon to tell Joab, don't leave the city. But if he leave the city, then kill him. Then he left the city, I think, then he came back and he knew what was going to happen. And he thought the altar was going to protect him.
Yeah.
He ran to the altar. He got slayed right at the altar.
But he thought, I'm going to run to the altar and grab the horns of the altar because this is my safe place. Which is technically supposed to be.
Yeah.
But I'm abusing the Most High.
But he was obedient prior to grabbing the altar.
God. That's the real protection.
That's the real protection. So the Most High said, okay, then I'm going to destroy your place of worship, the place that you make a connection with me. Where when we promote the right sacrifices with the Most High said, he told Moses to build a temple so that I can dwell with him. This is how, through our sacrifices, through our obedience to him, is what causes the Most High to dwell with us and walk with us in our life. So the Most High said, since you're going to ruin that relationship, you don't want to follow me, no problem. Let's just go ahead and tear this temple down, and let's stop pretending as if you're obedient to me.
That's true too.
So let's go ahead and strip this temple down. And that's what we're reading about in Lamentations, is the destruction of the temple and the fall of Jerusalem and our head sanctuary, the temple that Solomon had built for the Most High's name. Read on.
He have destroyed his places of the assembly. The Most High have caused the solemn feasts and the Sabbaths to be forgotten.
So the Most High said, let's not pretend like you really care about the Sabbaths. Let's not pretend like you really care about the feast days. Let's not pretend like you really care about the sacrifices, because you perform these services, but you reject my word. So we're doing this in vain. Read on.
Fine. And have despised the indignation of his anger, the king and the priest. The Most High have cast off his altar. He have abhorred his sanctuary.
So the Most High said, I despise what it represents, because we pollute the sanctuary through our disobedience. So the Most High said, I despise what this temple represents. I despise what this altar represents. So I'm just going to tear it down. And this is what we're reading about when we're catching up the time frame in history with Ezra, is the Most High had destroyed and allowed the nations to come in and conquer and pillage the sanctuary. Read on.
He has given up into the hand of the enemy.
And he said, who took control of Jerusalem?
The hand of the enemy.
Read on.
The walls of her palaces. They have made a noise in the house of the Most High, as in the day of a solemn feast.
Now jump down to verse 15.
Verse 15. It says, all that pass by clap their hands at thee. They hiss and wag their head at the daughter of Jerusalem, saying, is this the city that men call the perfection of beauty?
He said, is this the city that men used to brag about as being the place of the Most High God, that held the name of the Most High God? Is this the city that men would come worship and pay homage to and do sacrifices for? Read on.
This is the joy of the whole earth.
Go ahead.
All thine enemies have opened their mouth against thee. They hiss and gnash the teeth. They say, we have swallowed her up. Certainly, this is the day that we look for.
It says, so the nations have always been jealous of the fact that we had a special relationship with our Father. We had a bond with the Most High, and we had direct communication from him. The Most High gave us his oracles. So we had divine communication established with the Most High by way of the altar, by way of the priest. The priest wore ephod. Anytime the priest would ask the ephod a question, the lights would come out of the ephod, letting it be known. One particular light would shine out of the ephod to let it be known that the Most High's presence was there. Wow. And that his presence was in the building. And then also the Most High would speak from the altar, from the Ark of the Covenant, from what's called the seat of the ark, which is the lid between the two cherubims. For example, we got it right, a rendition of it right here, a replica of the ark right here. Between on the seat, the mercy seat, it's called the mercy seat, which is the seat, the lid of the Ark of the Covenant, from between the two cherubims. Anytime we needed an answer from the Lord, the Most High would speak to us directly from the altar. His presence would come, and his voice would come between the altar. Wow. So we had a direct communication and a direct line of conversation to the Most High through the altar.
When we wanted.
At any moment. We could speak to the Most High somewhat like a telephone. We had issues, we had problems. All we had to do was summon the Most High through the ark. But when he said, read verse
it's like a literal phone booth to the Most High.
Yeah, like Superman going to phone booth, change clothes.
Exactly.
And he come out powerful. Every time we consorted to the Most High, and we carried the ark represented His presence. But not only did the ark represent His presence, but His communication will come out of that as well. But we summoned the Most High through sacrifices. So when the Most High said in verse 6, He said what?
Verse 6?
Yeah.
Or 15?
No, verse 6. Lamentations chapter 2, verse 6.
Lamentations chapter 2, verse 6. It says, and He hath violently taken away His tabernacle, as if it were of a garden. He hath destroyed His places of the assembly. The Most High have caused the solemn feasts and Sabbaths to be forgotten in Zion, and have despised in the indignation of His anger the king and the priest.
So the Most High removed who? He removed all. He removed all the kings, and He removed all the priests.
This is permanent, right?
This not permanent, but because the Most High don't hold on to His wrath forever, so it's not permanent. But it's a direct consequence of our rejection of Him. Read on.
God, the Most High have cast off His altar. He have abhorred His sanctuary.
So the Most High said he tore down the altar, and He despised the sanctuary, the place of worship that we called on the Most High's name. So the Most High, what He's doing is showing us, since you don't really value my presence, then let me go ahead and take my presence away from you. So that was the, after so many warnings from multiple priests, from the line of kings, for 450 years, we despised the messages. We despised the messages of the prophets. So the Most High took action, and He destroyed our communication and cut our communication off with us. And this is the eventual. This is where we are in history, prior to Ezra coming on board, right? So let's go to. Ezra chapter 1, verse 1.
God. Ezra chapter 1 and verse 1. Now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Most High by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled.
All right, hold tight. So what happened is at 586 BC, because I want to just kind of, I don't want to reread. We've already gone over this, but in 586 BC was the collapse of Jerusalem and the fall of our sanctuary and our observance of the Most High by way of the Babylonian Empire. We got crushed. We were crushed and destroyed. That's what we're reading about in Lamentations. When you read all the book of Lamentations, it's pretty much telling you a visible insight of the details of that collapse. How the wise men were made poor. The children were begging for bread. The widows were destroyed. The men lay dead in the streets. So it was a disaster amongst our people. And this is in 586 BC after so many warnings. So the Most High had been warning, and the last king, Zedekiah, had an opportunity to turn and convert the Most High's anger off of us, but he failed. And then the Most High went ahead and let the Babylonians come in and destroy us. Now they took us in three waves out of 3 waves of deportation out of Israel. The first wave was in 605 BC. You want to write that down. The first wave was in 605 BC. There was 3 waves of deportation. The first one was in 605 BC, and this is when Daniel and the wise men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, all the wise men of Israel were taken into captivity. Wise men of Judah were taken into captivity to Babylon. Now, Babylon, in proximity to Jerusalem, is about a 900-mile journey. That's like it's about approximately about a 900-mile journey that they had to be taken in. It's like a trail of tears. You know how the Native Americans went from Florida all the way to Oklahoma, and in the Southwest. It's like 900 miles is like from San Antonio to Atlanta, but on foot and in chains. Painful. So the first wave was Daniel and the wise men. in 605 BC. The second wave was in 597 BC, when over 10,000 Jews walked into Babylon in 597 BC. And then the third wave was the survivors of the collapse of Jerusalem. Whoever survived those atrocities, the killing and the pillaging of the Babylonians and the burning down of our sanctuaries, if you survived, then you were rounded up and taken into captivity, and that was the last wave that went into Babylon, and that was in 586 BC.
So you're saying 605, first wave, the second wave was when?
597 BC.
597.
And then the third wave, and that was the 597. It was about 10,000 Jews taken into exile.
Okay.
And then the third wave was 586 BC.
That was the big one, right?
That was the final verdict of the Most High, saying, "I'm done with y'all. I'm just going to go ahead and tear this whole thing down and burn it down to the ground." And if you survived that atrocity, then you were rounded up and taken in that last wave to Babylon. All right.
Can I read one thing real quick?
Yeah. Come on.
Deuteronomy 31, verse 15. Deuteronomy 31, verse 15. The Most High is merciful enough to constantly give us warnings. Even with the waves of captivity, every wave we could have made a repentance. We had an opportunity.
There was an opportunity.
It wasn't just one major wave and we're all some kind of cataclysm. We're done.
Yep.
All right. This is a warning from the Most High in Deuteronomy 31, verse 15.
Deuteronomy chapter 31, verse 15
through 18.
Through 18.
Yeah.
And the Most High appeared in the tabernacle in a pillar of a cloud.
Read on.
And the pillar of the cloud stood over the door of the tabernacle.
So the Lord himself came through in the tabernacle, in a pillar. Right? Read.
And the Most High said unto Moses, Behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers.
You're going to die. Read.
And this people will rise up.
They're going to continue on and produce more children, like Shalom was breaking down. Read.
And go a-whoring after the gods of the strangers of the land.
And go a-whoring after the different deities, gods, and ideologies of the different nations outside of Israel. Or within Israel that we had to conquer. Read.
Whether they go to be among them and will forsake me.
And we'll go betray our own culture and blend in with the different Gentile nations and worship their philosophies and gods. Read.
And break my covenant which I have made with them.
And the covenant we made with the Most High for saving us from Egypt, we're going to break that covenant and make a new covenant with strange gods and strange ways and strange peoples. Read.
Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day.
And after the breaking of our relationship with the Father and the rebuilding of a new relationship to other gods, Molech, etc., right? Whatever gods are out there in the land, etc., it will anger and offend the Most High. Read.
And I will forsake them.
I will do what?
I will forsake them.
I will forsake them, or I'll turn my face away from them. Read.
I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured.
And they shall be what?
They shall be devoured.
We're reading about this 1, 2, 3 waves. We're reading about these multiple waves of people coming in and extracting our people and bringing them into captivity. 900 miles? Read.
It says, and many evils and troubles shall befall them.
Read on.
So that they will say in that day, are not these evils come upon us because our power is not among us?
So when the evil's happening to us, it's why? Because our God's not with us. Read.
Verse 18. And I will surely hide my face in that day for all the evils which they shall have wrought. In that they are turned unto other gods.
This was in Moses' time. It was saying this in Moses' time.
You know, so the atrocities and the affliction was supposed to make you ask questions. It was supposed to make you ask questions. Why is this happening to me? Why am I catching so much hell? So that's part of the affliction. Does make you pose those questions. Why am I going through this? Yeah. Why am I having such an eventual downslide of bad events? A concurrent slide of bad events happening to me.
We call it bad luck.
We call it bad luck.
It's not bad luck.
If you're superstitious, you call it bad luck. I just got him having a bad day. If you're superstitious, you'll say, you know what? Every dog has his day. I guess it's my time. You know,
That's
but
real.
you know, you just have a little, you know, slogan that you go by. You know, life give you lemons. You know, you gotta make lemonade. You got a little slogan that you have to kind of give yourself the reason to get past that situation.
Just a small
But
setback.
do we ever ask ourselves, man, is the Most High with me or not? Because there is certain levels of tragedy and affliction that will make you say, man, I wonder if if the Most High is happy with me. Is the Most High happy with me or not? That's certain tragedy is supposed to make you pose those questions.
Facts.
Is the Most High with me? And the answer obviously is what? No. I've angered the Most High. Which, if I have that consciousness, then if I have that type of awareness that maybe the Most High is not happy with me, then that's at least my first step of awareness to know I need to get back on track.
Yeah.
That next line of questions should be, well, what do I need to do to change it? How do I petition the Most High?
How
do I fix it? Now that I know it's broken. But we don't understand this sometimes. But let's go, you were done with that?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 10.
Jeremiah chapter 29 and verse 10.
Let everybody get it. Start at verse 7.
Jeremiah chapter 29 and verse 7. And seek the peace of the city, whether I have caused you to be carried away captive.
So part of the condition is understanding why we got torn down and thrown down and removed out of the Most High sight. Part of that is to understand why. The other portion, though, is to be okay with it and to accept the fact that the Most High destroyed us and put us in the hands of our enemies. So part of that acceptance is when you do what? Read.
It says, and seek the peace of the city, whether I have caused you to be carried away captive.
So the Most High not only said, am I going to rip away and destroy your sanctuaries, your altars, and your religious places of worship. He said, and I'm going to take you on a 900-mile journey
That's a long journey.
and deposit you in the hands of your enemies. But not only am I going to do that, but when you get there, I want you to pray for them as well. Now, who wants to do that? Who wants to pray for their enemies?
Right.
Who wants to pray for that the Most High be merciful on the same guys that put you on this trail of tears, that stripped you out of your land? But the Most High said part of that experience is to be okay and to accept the fact that it's your fault.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times we'll turn and reverse it and say, well, it's the enemy's fault. In America, we might say, oh, man, it's the white man's fault.
Yeah.
But he's saying pray for the peace of that nation, because it's easy to say, man, it's the damn Babylonians. It's the damn Babylonians. It's not the damn Babylonians. It's who? It's us.
It's the police.
It's the police. It's always the police.
It's the damn teacher.
It's the man.
Yeah.
The man put these shackles on me.
It's the Koreans.
Certainly the cops. We got to pray for them.
Yeah, but But is it really the cops?
Nope.
Is it really the man?
Nope.
Is it really the establishment?
The establishment.
It's the system, man. It's a corrupt system we're in.
It's the pigs, man.
It's the pigs, man. That's funny you say that, because that's how a lot of people think, man.
Yeah.
Certainly
It's 5-0.
Yep.
It's the Alphabet Boys.
Yep.
Jump Out Boys. Whatever you want to call them. We like to say it's them. But the Most High said, no, pray for them because they're your new overseers.
That's tough.
But it's hard to do that. But that's a level of acceptance that, you know what, we got ourselves in this situation. We put ourselves here. Read on.
It says, and pray unto the Most High for it, for in the peace thereof shall ye have peace.
He said, but you know what? Their peace, if they don't have peace, guess what?
You're not
You're not going to have no peace. Right? Because we know crap rolls downhill, right? That's what people say. So if they don't have peace, it's not going to be peace for you. So, for example, we're in the midst of a war right now. we're in the midst of a war right now, but we learn from Vietnam who gets called up for duties when we're in the midst of a battle when the numbers are short.
Oh, yes. The Israelites.
Yeah, who gets displaced and put into a theater of war that you had nothing to do with? You don't even know those people.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Vietnamese used to say, they used to put up signs, "Black man, go home. This is not your war."
This is not your war, bro.
Really?
Yeah, the Vietnamese used to put signs up and say, "This is not your war." They said, "Man, why am I fighting a foreign people that I know nothing about? I don't know their language. I don't know their culture." Shit, you had a lot of brothers went over there and stayed after war.
I got a family out here.
And then come back. But if we're not at peace, the Most High said, listen, you're not going to be at peace. So you pray for the powers that be that the Most High has ordained to be over you.
It's very similar to MLK, his last speech. He said, I've integrated my people into a burning house. Then he said, we have to become firefighters. What kind of counsel is this?
Yeah.
He said, his counsel before he died, he didn't know he was going to die though, but Most High had to sting him. He said, listen, I fear I made a mistake and I've integrated my people into a burning house. Then we're going to have to become firefighters.
Wow.
You know what? It's the condition of being in a subservient position.
Right.
And if your master's house is burning, consequently, you're going to die with your master. But why was his house burning in the first place?
Because he's
taking care of us.
He basically handed.
Listen, they call it the white man's burden now. It's old terms. It was old term. It's very racist, but they call it the white man's burden. The burden of having to take care and provide for all these slaves. That's still work. They want to be just relaxed and free and have servants, but they gotta provide for them. They're sick. You gotta bury them. You gotta deal with them. You gotta deal with their problems, their issues. That's still a burden. The Most High had to put us to an inferior nation, a spiritually inferior nation. Because how inferior were we? That they had to be over us. We call them low lives and they're no people and they're the lowest, they're the bottom. Why are the Babylonians telling us what to do?
Yep.
That now we have to be in their house if it's burning and be subject to their mistakes and their wars and their economic collapses. We had to be out of pocket. We had to ask a question.
Yep. It's a great point. Read on.
Now, it says, for thus saith the Most High of hosts.
What verse you on?
Verse 8.
Mm-hmm.
It says, the power of Israel. Let not your prophets and your diviners, right?
Yeah, diviners.
Diviners that be in the midst of you deceive you. Neither hearken to your dreams, which ye cause to be dreamed.
Yeah, but who was saying I have a dream?
That was crazy.
But you know what the dream should have been? The scriptures versus him taking pieces of speeches from other people and creating his own speech.
Yeah.
For him to be a reverend, he wasn't really using Bible verses.
Nope. He was seen with the Bible.
He was more politically charged than he was spiritually charged. But he said, don't listen to that. You got to be okay with your position. Don't be fighting for equal rights. You're not equal. They're the slave master. You're the slave. That's part of the punishment. Why are you fighting to share same positions?
I want the same water fountain.
I want the same water.
I want the same restaurant he eats from.
Yeah, I want
not my own restaurant.
Not your own restaurant. I want his chicken.
Yeah.
But he said, listen, you're supposed to be okay with being in that subservient position.
That's a reminder.
Because that's where the Most High put you at. Because that's part of his rejection when we fail to comply to his commandments.
So you're saying that we want to be comfortable in slavery.
Yes.
And we want to reject the Most High and not for the consequences. Like we be getting mad about women, our ribs, or in the world or in the truth, however it works out. When they reject us, we want them to feel the spirit of rejection too.
Yep.
If you're going to cut me off, I want you to feel what I felt. I want you to feel the pain that I felt.
I can't wait till somebody cut you off.
I can't wait till somebody hurts you and cuts you off, or cheat on you. I can't wait till somebody does to you what you did to me.
Yeah.
But with the Most High, we can do whatever we want to do. He's supposed to just smile at us.
We can cheat on the Most High.
Come.
Right.
But be mad that we're now married to a cheater.
We're married to a cheater. I can't believe he's cheating on me.
Yeah.
He don't treat me right.
Right. All of a sudden we become delusional, like
Yeah.
we're calling some of these females.
Yeah, but delusional on a national level.
Exactly.
Right.
On a national level, delusional because we don't accept the fact that we're being treated in a third class, low class position when that's what the Most High instituted. Read.
Wow. It says, "For they prophesy falsely unto you in my name. I have not sent them, saith the Most High.
Read on.
For thus saith the Most High, that after 70 years
So
be accomplished."
the Most High said that the Babylonian captivity and us being taken out of Jerusalem and being brought into captivity in Babylon. He said this process was a how long process?
70 years.
He said the Most High. So it wasn't a permanent punishment. He said, but after 70 years, go ahead.
Be accomplished at Babylon, I will visit you.
He said, after 70 years of you being being okay with being in prison and being subjugated under your enemies, the Most High said, I'll come back and I'll do what?
Visit you.
He said, I'll visit you. Read on.
And perform my good word toward you.
Wow. I'm still gonna be merciful to you. But that's after you go through this punishment.
You gotta catch this hell first. Yes, sir.
It says after 7 years be accomplished.
Yeah.
So that means like fully completed, fully dedicated, fully you took full accountability for why you was even put in that situation, and you were content with the punishment.
So is it that you're getting out on good behavior?
No.
And are we gonna parole you in advance? The Most High said no. You're gonna eat all 70 of these years.
Oh, try to escape the sentence out.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
I'm gonna become a Muslim. Get out early.
You're still in captivity, bro.
Still in captivity, bro. The Most High saying, listen, you're gonna stay in this condition, and you're gonna feel what it feels to disobey my commandments and to reject me. And you got to feel it for 70 years. And he says, when that 70 years is up, when that 70 years is accomplished, the Most High said, then I will come back and I'll visit you. So after the fall of Jerusalem, we had a 70-year sentence in captivity in the hands of the Babylonians. Read.
It says that after 70 years be accomplished at Babylon, I will visit you and perform my good word toward you in causing you to return to this place.
He said, and I'll bring you back to Jerusalem. But that's not until you've received that 70-year punishment in Babylon. Then you'll come back. And yes, sir.
I've heard that people in the Bible live very long years. 70 years is like almost a full lifetime. But I'm pretty sure they were already middle aged at least.
Well, let's find out. Based on what you're saying, would they be middle aged at 70, or by this time that would be their full lifetime? Well, let's go to Psalms 90 and 10.
Psalms chapter 90, verse 10.
Everybody get it. Read that.
Psalms chapter 90, verse 10. The days of our years are 80 years and 10.
So a score is 20, right? A score is 20. So what he's doing is he's giving us a number. He's giving us a minimal age for survival. This is the Most High telling us what our new lifespan is going to be. Now, yes, there was a time when we lived 900 plus years. You look at Methuselah. Methuselah lived 956 years. There was a time when our forefathers were going extensive amounts of time, but that time got cut down. Why?
I forget what it was specifically, but we did mess up.
I remember in Genesis, I remember you started mixing in with the other nations.
Not true. Well, first, once you go to Genesis chapter 6, verse 3, I just want to get just before why did the Most High cut our life span down, and for what reason? Let's read that.
Genesis chapter 6 and verse 3. Genesis chapter 6 and verse 3. And the Most High said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he is also flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years.
He said his days shall be what?
120 years.
Yes, you're right. It was the mixing of the nations, but we started intermingling with other nations. But the Most High said, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to keep forcing you to do right. Meaning, if I got to keep forcing you to do right, then obviously you don't want to do right.
That's true.
Right.
If he said, I will not strive. Strive is to fight with somebody, or to debate, or to go back and forth with, or to dispute with somebody. The Most High said, I'm not going to keep disputing with you. Either you're going to do it or you're not. But the Most High said, because I'm not going to be wasting my time disputing with you all day about righteousness. He said what?
It says, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he is also flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years.
So already in the first 5 books of the Bible, 5 chapters of Genesis, we went from 1,000 years of sustainability, a lifespan, down to 120. Now, right now, you got a lady in Houston. She's 114. You had a brother in Austin that is he just passed away. His name was Overton, and they named the street after him. He was a World War I veteran.
The dude with this.
With the cigars.
Okay.
The old man with the cigars that was still driving, still going grocery shopping, well over until 110, 114. He lived to be 114.
Wow.
And he was still going. He said he hit a cigar and lived his life and thank God for every day. But he went to 114. He was like one of the oldest people in the U.S. You got a lady right now, it's like 114. Her daughter's like 91. She's got like a 91-year-old daughter.
That's amazing, bro.
Yeah. But when you listen to them old people talk, the only thing come out of their mouth is, it's the Lord. I thank the Lord for another day. They take it day by day. I thank the Lord he still got me here. I thank the Lord I'm still around. If it wasn't for the Lord, just about every word out of their mouth is the Lord.
Yeah.
That's who they lean on to sustain them. But the Most High said, I'm not going to fight with you for a long time. I'm going to cut your lifespan down to about 120. Now from Genesis chapter 6, now go back to Psalms chapter 90 verse 10.
Cut it down more. Huh?
Yep.
Psalm chapter 90 and verse 10. It says, the days of our years are 80 years and 10.
He said, so now we're down to less than 120. He said, our years is what? 3 score. A score is 20. So 3 times 20 is 60. Plus 10 is what? 70. So after about 70 years, our bodies are already starting to what? Break down, bro. That's why the age of retirement is like what? 66 is now the legal age of retirement.
Come on.
How much time you got left?
Exactly.
You didn't did 2 20 pieces on a job.
Yeah, 220 pieces.
You did 2 20 pieces, meaning you retired from your first job, then you went and did your second job. You retired from 2 jobs. You got 2 retirements coming in 40 years, and you started at 18 years old working or 16 working. You retire at 66. 66 is the legal age. You can't retire in America till 66. If you're forced to keep working till 66, how much time do you really have left to enjoy that retirement?
4 years.
You got about 4. You work 66 years to start fading out in 4. You got 4 to do everything you can do. You got to find a new hobby. You got to try to find a new. You got to try to stretch it. You got to try to make that that little 4 years, 5 years. And I'll be honest, people in my family, they barely make it out their 50s because of their lifestyle that they lived.
Yeah.
I have cousins that was, man, to be honest, I had cousins that started passing away in their 30s
That's crazy, bro.
from heart attacks and strokes. Father had a stroke at 30, or actually 27. My sister had a stroke at 30. My grandfather had a stroke. Stroke running the family.
Living tough.
It's hard living. But some of my cousins passed in their 40, 43, 42. Passed away in their sleep at 42.
Wow.
So, depending on your lifestyle, you might cut that down even more. But say if you were healthy and you were of a working age and you put in a lot of work and you busted your butt and you about to retire, there's not a lot of time left. So when we look at 70 years of captivity, that is a whole lifespan. That is a whole lifespan. That's a whole generation gone. He said 3 score years and 10. Read on.
It says 80 years and 10, and if by reason of strength.
It said, and if they're strong enough, you live a healthy enough life. You take care of yourself. You eat right. You pray. You sustain yourself. You be moderate. You be moderate in your appetites. Very moderate in your indulgences. Don't gorge yourself. Don't suppress your system with overeating. You monitor what you put in your body. You exercise. You keep your mind positive. The spirit of a man shall sustain his infirmities.
Right.
He said, then by reason of strength. Read on.
It says they be 80 years.
He said, it's a blessing. Anything after that 70 is on you. The Most High at least get you to about 70. Anything after that is on you.
It's in your will.
You gotta take care of yourself. And you gotta consider what you do with your body and your time. So that Babylonian captivity, that was a whole lifespan. Did I answer your question, bro?
Is it?
All right. Yeah, no problem. He said by reason of strength is what?
It says they be 80 years.
We get to 80 years old. And that's, if we're blessed and careful about how we live. All right. So let's go back to where we were in Jeremiah chapter 29, and let's read verse. We were at 10. We're gonna read to 14.
Okay, Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 10. For thus saith the Most High, that after 70 years be accomplished at Babylon, I will visit you and perform my good word toward you, and causing you to return to this place. For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, saith the Most High, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end.
He said to have something to look forward to.
Yeah.
Captivity isn't the only thing you have to look forward to. Tribulation, hard times is not the only thing that you have to look forward to. The Most High said, I'll give you something positive to look forward to.
And you had a whole class about this a long time ago about how do you see me? You look at the Most High as a belt. Was it just a punisher? Is that the relationship you want to have with the Father? It's just a strict punishment relationship? Or do you want to see the positive side of the Most High, which is the good the Most High has to offer us?
Yep.
That side we see from the Father is the side that we want to see, based on our actions.
True. Very much so. You can see both sides of them if you choose, based on how you live.
To just be fired.
So it's showing you that we force the Most High to be a bad guy, so to speak. We force him to. We force the Most High to be a punisher. We force his hand. It's not that he wants to be. He said, I know the thoughts that I have towards you. He said, I have thoughts of what?
Peace.
Thoughts of peace.
Go ahead.
It says, and not of evil, to give you an expected end.
Meaning, I do have something positive for you to look forward to. It's not, life isn't always doom and gloom.
Yeah.
Life isn't just dark clouds and rainy days, stormy days and bad nights and cold nights.
Come.
There is good in life, but it's based upon our obedience to him. Read on.
Then shall ye call upon me, and ye shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken unto you.
Go ahead.
And ye shall seek me and find me when ye shall search for me with all your heart.
He says, but I will return to you when you look for me with all what?
Your heart.
So when you start looking, you change your life and you decide to start looking towards the Most High with all your heart, all your might, all your heart, and all your strength. And put your whole emphasis behind your relationship with the Father. You make your relationship with the Most High priority. He said, I shall be found of you if you do that.
I'll be there.
So we can have the relationship that we want to have. We create the relationship with the Father based on our desire to pursue Him. That dictates our relationship with Him.
It don't have to be just prison,
Yeah.
just cops, just
Probation.
just probation and
Child
suffering,
support.
just struggle, just payments. Because people have this idea that Son of the Most High is some kind of suffering scenario.
Yep.
The only suffering is really self-inflicted.
It is.
Suffering is truly self-inflicted. Let's not forget that. Let's not just look at the Most High from one lens. The Most High is fair and He's true and He's just, and therefore He has to create these courses of life based off the courses that we choose. Door number 1, you can be blessed and enjoy the land, the fruit of your womb. Door number 2, you can sit here and run in perpetual, you can just be stagnant and run in place until 70 years. Door number 3, you can be punished and shorten your years. So you can be punished and shorten your life.
Yeah, you live young, wild, and free.
Young, wild, and free. What life do you want to live? What choice do you want to live? How do you look at it? What perspective do you have on the Most High based off my actions?
Finish that?
Verse 14.
Perfect point.
And I will be found of you, saith the Most High, and I will turn away your captivity.
And He said, I'll do what?
I will turn away your captivity.
So the purpose of the captivity was to get us to be promoted to seeking the Most High with all our mind.
Yeah.
To turn back to the Most High with all our heart. Read on.
And I will gather you from all the nations and from all the places whither I have driven you, saith the Most High. And I will bring you again into the place whence I caused you to be carried away captive.
And the Most High said, it's guaranteed. If you pursue me with all your heart, I'll bring you back home to your homeland, and I'll allow you to re-inhabit your lands with your children, your households, your families, and I'll let you reinstitute the temple and rebuild the things that were wasted and destroyed. So when did this occur? So was the Babylonian captivity permanent or was it temporary?
Temporary.
It was temporary. So this opportunity that after that 70-year punishment, that 70-year sentence of captivity and slavery, the Most High allowed a pagan nation, the Persians, and put it in the heart of their king Cyrus to allow us to get to rebuild and go back home to Jerusalem. And this happened in Ezra chapter 1. Let's read Ezra chapter 1 verse 1.
Ezra chapter 1 and verse 1. It says, now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Most High by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, the Most High stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation.
It says the Most High put the spirit into Cyrus's mind. Now Cyrus, it was 12 kings that ruled the Persian Media Empire. Cyrus was known as Cyrus the Great because he had an affinity, even though he was a pagan nation and of a Gentile origin. He still had a love and a respect and a reverence towards the Most High as a king. And so the Most High showed him that you're the king that I'm going to work through to release my people to go back to Jerusalem. Read on.
It says that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom and put it also in writing, saying, thus saith Cyrus, king of Persia, the Most High, power of heaven, have given me all the kingdoms of the earth.
Who did this Gentile king acknowledge that gave him power?
The Most High.
He gave the Most High credit. He said it's the God of heaven, the Most High power. Read.
And he had charged me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Who is there among you of all his people? His power be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of the Most High, power of Israel. He is the Most High, which is in Jerusalem.
He said he is the Most High. So even Cyrus, the Persian king, acknowledged that our power is the God of heaven. And he said, he put it in my heart to release y'all from captivity. When did this happen? When did he make this proclamation? This was 586 is when the Babylonians conquered Jerusalem.
Survivor.
Yeah. Some historians say 587.
586.
So he made say it again?
Was it 583rd wave?
No. Yes.
After 586?
What year did he make the proclamation? 586 is when the Babylonians came in and destroyed us. Some say 587.
That's right. The number it goes up.
It goes down when it's BC. The numbers count down.
Right.
The years count down. This happened in 538 BC. All right, in 538 BC, the Most High put it in Cyrus's heart to release the children of Israel from Babylonian captivity, to allow them to go back to Babylon and rebuild. Jerusalem and rebuild. All right, 538 BC. That's when he made this edict or this proclamation.
So he released people. Did he release them from bondage, or he just released them to go do the temple? But they were still under slavery.
No. He released them and he financed them.
Okay.
Matter of fact, read on.
Time. It says, who is there among you of all his people? His power be with him.
He said, let your God be with you. Read on.
And let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of the Most High, power of Israel. He is the power which is in Jerusalem.
Right. Read on.
And whosoever remaineth in any place where he sojourneth, let the men of his place help him with silver
It said,
with gold.
and assist them in their return. Give them all the silver and the gold that they need to rebuild. Read on.
And with goods, and with beasts, beside the free will offerings for the house of the Most High that is in Jerusalem.
So now we understand that the Most High, through the prophet Jeremiah, had told us that we were going to do 70 years in captivity in Babylon, which we did. So it was the new king that took over the world, the new world power. Cyrus, the king of the Persians, destroyed the Babylonians, and in his first year, he made a proclamation to release us out of captivity in his first year of being king. All right? And so there was three waves that you're referring to. Is the three waves that happened to us being taken into captivity.
Okay.
All right? That was the first three waves that we were referring to. Is the three waves of Israelites that got taken down into Babylon. Now, in 538 BC, you had Cyrus go ahead and give the proclamation to free us up. It's almost like down in Galveston Beach at the governor's palace. The Emancipation Proclamation was read in Texas, that the slaves was free. Now, the slaves were free, but the word didn't reach Texas. It took 2 years for the word to reach Texas, and that's what the June 19th festival was about. But it took 2 years from the time that the government said the slaves were free. That word traveled real slow.
Real slow.
It took 2 years, and then in Galveston, Texas, on the porch of the governor's palace, they gathered all the slaves around and said, "Guess what? Y'all free today, June 19th. Y'all, you're free." After 2 years of, on paper, being already free, it took a while.
I'm sure they were sitting around with a letter saying,
We're gonna read it today. Now we'll read it tomorrow.
Yeah.
How much farms you got left? How much harvesting you still got? Yeah, hold that letter real quick. Let's finish this season out. Finish this harvest. And then next time. We'll catch up next year. That's our first stimulus check.
Yeah.
But so the temple, the Most High put it in the heart of Cyrus to go ahead and free us up to let us come back. Now, this happened in 538 BC. But just like there was 3 waves of deportation for us going into captivity, there was also 3 waves of return, of exilic return, of exiles returning back into Jerusalem. We didn't all come back in one wave from Babylon. We came back in 3 waves. All right. The first wave that we returned was in. Let's go to Ezra chapter 3, and let's read verse 1.
Ezra chapter 3 and verse 1. And when the 7th month was come, and the children of Israel were in the city, the people gathered themselves together as one man to Jerusalem. Then stood up Joshua, the son of Jozadak, and his brethren, the priests, and Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and his brethren, and builded the altar of the Most High power of Israel.
So it was this first wave of little under 50,000 people. It was like 49,700. It was just under 50,000 people returned back to Jerusalem. And that first wave was led by Zerubbabel and high priest Joshua. And so this was the first wave coming back from Babylon into Jerusalem. And that was in 538 BC. Read.
Come. It says, and his brethren, and builded the altar of the Most High power of Israel.
Now it says that when the 7th month was come, and the children of Israel were in the city. So after being within 7 months of that first year, they at least had what built in Jerusalem? The altar. Just the altar of sacrifice.
It wasn't all at once.
It wasn't all at once. It wasn't like they got back and just rebuilt the temple right away. They only had one piece of the instrument of worship rebuilt when they came back out of captivity. They at least had the altar established. Yes, sir. Somebody had it. Yes, sir.
No, so this was after we got released?
After we got released.
But 7 months down the line, this is what we're talking about right
Yes.
now. Okay.
So in that 538 BC, we were released by Cyrus. That was the first wave, that 50,000. We got to Jerusalem, but we were only able to at least start with what? The altar. That's what we had up after that time. We at least had the altar built. So we at least had a place to perform the sacrifices.
Once God gave us that.
He gave us that opportunity. When you have a place to perform sacrifices, then you have an opportunity to petition the Most High for sins, for forgiveness of sins, but you also can execute free will offerings, which also pleases the Most High and gains his attention as well.
It's offerings, not because it's religious structure, not because it's a requirement, not because it's guilt involved. And my parents made me do it, or I gotta get my family back in order. I know it's because
I'm trying to get out of jail.
Oh yeah, that's the one. That's the major one.
I'm trying to shorten my time up.
Listen, bro, this sentence is long. Maybe I can give some offerings and get hooked up. I need some mercy, which is understandable. This is so that we can really have that relationship with the Most High, where from my own time, my own circumstances, I want to willingly give the Father honor.
Yep.
Because that's what got us in captivity in the first place. We weren't willing to do anything other than get comfort. Now it's the opposite. I'm willing to see the good in the Most High. I'm willing to give him a sacrifice without regretting. I'm willing to commit my time to him. Yes, sir.
I'm starting to understand that these churches and temple, I thought they were for just worshiping, but these are places of communication, literally.
Yes.
Wow.
So when you go to Romans chapter 3, read Romans chapter 3 verse 1 real quick.
Romans chapter 3 and verse 1. What advantage then have the Jew? Or what profit?
It says what advantage does it mean to be a Jew? What have the advantages of being a Jew? What advantage did the Jews have over any other nation on the planet? Read.
Or what profit is there of circumcision?
And why was what good was it to observe the law of circumcision? Right? What good is it to acknowledge that you're in a covenant, which is a contract? You initiate a contract.
Yeah.
You're in a covenant with the Most High. So what good is it being a Jew, and what good is it to understand that you're under contract with the Most High? Read.
Much every way.
He says it's good in what?
Much every way.
He said in every way possible, there's a benefit to being a Jew, in every way. And he's going to tell you why is it so beneficial to know and to observe the laws of the Most High and to know that you're a Jew. Read.
Much every way. Chiefly.
He says chiefly means most importantly. Read on.
Because that unto them were committed the oracles.
He says
of the Most High.
unto the Jews were committed the what?
The oracles of the Most High.
He said unto the Jews was committed the oracles of the Most High. So now when you look at oracles, it says a divine oracle or words of the Most High. So the Most High, he says, through being a Jew, the Most High gets to talk to you directly. You get direct communication from the Heavenly Father when you know you're a Jew, and you know you're observing His commandments, and you're in His covenant. You get direct communication from the Father. That's an advantage that the Most High didn't give. He didn't give the Ark of the Covenant to everybody in the earth.
No.
Yeah.
That's why there's so many of these fake Jewish people, so they could have that kind of.
They want that.
Yeah. Like
They
favored almost.
Favored, yes. Yes, that's that, and they want that connection. They want that connection. A lot of fake Jews want the connection.
It makes them look like they're like all special.
Yeah, because the Jewish nation is special to the Most High. And he says, but the main thing that makes them most special of knowing that you're a Jew and you're in a covenant with the Father is that the Most High, you can access the Most High at any time. You have direct access to Him. Not everybody in the world can say, I have direct access to the Heavenly Father.
Right.
But that opportunity was given to who? The Jews. And that access is what everybody wants. That's why there's three religions fighting right now in Jerusalem over who should have the prevailing influence over the temples left behind and the holy buildings left behind.
They're fighting over our ruins.
Yeah.
They're fighting over the lost ruins of our people.
Yeah. You got three religions fighting right now, and two nations going to war for the land.
And they're trying to create like this one religion.
Well, you know what the Jewish people are doing is trying to rebuild a third temple. As we Well, yeah, they're sponsoring it, but what the Jewish people want to do right now is to create a third kingdom. They want to create a third temple. We're reading about the collapse of the first temple that Solomon built and why the Most High destroyed it, and the opportunity of our people being allowed to come back and rebuild. It was destroyed again the second time by the Romans, General Vespasian and Titus. So in 70 AD, that was another collapse of the kingdom when the Romans destroyed the kingdom. But since the Romans destroyed the kingdom was abandoned and overthrown by Gentiles, by other nations. Now, the Jewish people want to rebuild a third temple. And so they want to look for what they call a prophecy of the red heifer. And so they're building a new altar right now as we speak. This rabbi purchased about two acres. This current day. They're building.
The narrative's still going on. People think that the narrative stops because you go home and go to sleep and watch the TV.
Yeah.
The narrative of the Bible continues whether you're aware of it or not.
Yep. And so they feel like it's going to institute a new relationship with God. So they have a new altar that's being built right now as we speak. The guy already purchased the land, and they're about to reinstitute the law of sacrifice. And and it's a farmer right here in Texas, because their rabbis say that the heifers have to be pure. There's five red heifers that they're choosing from, that they're going to sacrifice, and they got to be pure, all red. There can't be not one brown or black hair on this red heifer. So it's a rancher in Texas that has donated 5 red heifers to the new temple being built right now in Jerusalem.
That means it got on a ship. Ain't got an airplane. I got on a ship, right?
Yes,
Ship.
and they're being groomed. So right now, 2 of them are disqualified already. So there's 3 left. So they're saying by any time now, between now and June or July, they want to bring about a new government, a new way of sacrifice, hoping to bring about a new power dynamic in Israel. So they got 3 of the heifers left. 2 of them were disqualified. So anywhere between now and July, you're gonna look at these Jewish people reinstituting the law of sacrifice,
Which means what?
which means that they don't believe in Christ.
Because Christ was the last sacrifice.
Yeah, they don't believe in Christ, but they're trying to bring about a new world order.
So they can be official.
Well, you know, they're trying to recreate the idea of reestablishing a new kingdom.
Wow.
This is going on right now as we speak.
Heifers?
Heifer, cows,
Oh,
heifers, cows.
and so they're going to sacrifice.
They're about to any day now that we from now from April to like July, anywhere in between that, they're trying to force the course of prophecy. They're trying to force prophecy to happen. So, like I said, they already got the altar erected. They already have the cow selected, and now they're just waiting from the date from their particular rabbis.
Can I post this real quick?
Okay.
First Maccabees 3 and 48. First Maccabees 3, third chapter, 48th verse.
First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 48. First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 48. And laid open the book of the law.
Which is the scriptures, the Bible. Right? Read.
Wherein the heathen.
The what?
The heathen.
People that live in our land right now, they're the heathen. They're not the elite, the chosen. They're not the elect of the Lord. Read.
Has sought to paint the likeliness of their images.
They sought to paint the visual likeness or their culture, their imagery in our books. In ancient times. How much more now?
Ooh.
This theme of people wanting to take our place and position has been going on forever. While we forget the Most High, the nations want to be the Most High's chosen. As crazy as
and replace the children.
and replace us. This is a real thing. It's not like it's identity theft.
But on a national level.
Why
Why do they want to do that? Like to corrupt it or what?
For power. Because when the most they want to go to Deuteronomy chapter 7 verse 1. Deuteronomy chapter 7 verse 1.
Deuteronomy chapter 7 and verse 1.
And then go to Deuteronomy 28 and 1. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 7 and verse 1. When the Most High thy power shall bring thee into the land, whither thou goest to possess it, and have cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. And when the Most High thy power shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. For they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Most High be kindled against you, and destroy thee suddenly.
Read on.
It says, but thus shall ye deal with them. Ye shall destroy their altars, and break down their images, and cut down their groves, and burn their graven images with fire. For thou art an holy people unto the Most High thy power.
Because the Most High consecrated a holy people. They want the identity of being recognized as who? As the holy people. They want to take the position, the identity of the holy people.
When they do this sacrifice, are they expecting something to happen?
Yes.
Right then and there?
Yes.
And I feel like we already know nothing's gonna happen, right?
Well, they want to bring in a new world order, a new world power dynamic. They're not ushering in the coming of Christ, but there's something else that they're ushering in.
So they're gonna make this whole fake thing and try to make it like it's real.
They're under delusion.
Make
Yeah.
it like it's real.
Right.
So damn.
Right, because they want to insert themselves, like Dawiyah just brought out, as the people of the book. He said, but the Most High said, he said, thou art an holy people. Read on.
Unto the Most High, thy power, the Lord, thy power, had chosen thee to be a special people unto himself,
Read on.
above all people that are upon the face of the earth.
There is a people that are on the earth that the Most High considers above every other nation on the earth. It's his chosen people. They want to insert themselves as the chosen. But they don't match the biblical prophecy. They don't match Deuteronomy 28. They don't match they don't match the identities of the individual. This is why there's such an uproar and such a distaste for Putin right now, for him releasing those ancient images out of those iconic images out of the vaults.
That was a strategic decision. The president of a country does not go into 500-year-old vaults.
Yeah.
Or really older than that.
That predated those vaults, those iconic pictures were painted around the 15th century, 14th, 15th century.
Yeah.
So they predated America. They predated Columbus discovery. They predated the Vatican and the ascension of the Western culture. So when you look at the icons, this predated the whitewashing of images. What do you call it? The iconoclasm
From the Renaissance.
The European
Renaissance.
Iconoclasm.
Yeah.
Which is when you take pictures and you whitewash them to cover the identity of the people on those pictures. So in America, there's a blonde-haired, blue-eyed picture of Jesus, right? In America. That was given and spread across America, given to the Native Americans, Hispanics, blacks, so on and so forth. That's the idea to the Asians. That's the idea that Jesus is blonde-haired, blue-eyed. Like Dawiyah said, that's iconoclasm. That was the Renaissance period. The Renaissance means rebirth of the Roman Empire or Western civilization. So it was a rebirth of Roman ideology.
Yep.
So the Popes commissioned Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, to repaint the biblical patriarchs in their likeness. That's what the Sistine Chapel is about. When you go in the Sistine Chapel and you see a Caucasian finger that's supposed to be God touching a Caucasian finger that's supposed to be Adam, and that's supposed to be the picture of creation on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. That image is saying that God is a white man and Adam is a white man. That was the purpose of the Renaissance period, is to reestablish that identity, that Roman identity, that Hellenistic identity, back into the world.
And with that, all the pictures and statues that were left over from those time periods where we were present in Europe, all the noses are what? Broken.
Napoleon himself shot off the nose of the Sphinx with his cannons. He blew the nose off the Sphinx because the nose, a European nose is thinner, a wide nose shows a presence of a Negroid presence.
Yeah.
So the lips and the nose were targeted by Napoleon himself. Napoleon himself said he wanted to be recognized as Caesar Augustus. He wanted to be as great as Nero. He wanted to be as great as he wanted to resurrect the Roman Empire.
Exactly.
That's why there's all this racism, because they like the fact that they're trying to hide that like God really not, they're like angry at that.
It is a lack of acceptance that according to Daniel, according to Revelations, that the image of our Savior does not have blonde hair, blue eyes, but has features of color, skin of color. When you go to Daniel real quick, chapter 10, verse 5 and 6, read this real quick. And then we'll get back to this. A lot of this is historical ancient racism.
Yeah, it's not just some 1960s dirty South.
Governor-
Pancakes and bacon, racism. You can't and spit on the ground. You can't sit with us. It's deeper than you can't sit in my restaurant, bro.
This is kind of like within their DNA they were just curved like this.
This is a massive cover-up. Read that right there.
Go ahead.
Daniel chapter 10 and verse 5 and 6 says, Then I lifted up mine eyes and looked, and behold, a certain man clothed in linen, whose loins were girded with fine gold of Uphaz. His body.
It said, now this image that Daniel saw, this vision, is the same image that John the Revelator saw on the island of Patmos in Revelation chapter 1. It said his body, go ahead.
It says, his body also was like the beryl.
Green, go ahead. Talking about his what he was wearing. Read on.
And his face as the appearance of lightning.
So it was a bright aura. Go ahead.
And his eyes as lamps of fire.
His eyes were lamps of fire. It was red. Read on.
And his arms and his feet.
It said, and his arms and his feet. In Revelations, it said his feet were in color to burn his brass, right? Or burnt brass. As if it's burned in a furnace. But he said, not only did John explain his feet, but Daniel explained his feet and his arms. He said his feet and his arms, read.
Like in the color.
Stop. He said, like in what?
Like in color.
Stop. In order to have color, the word color means pigmentation.
Yeah.
In order to have color, you have to have what? Pigmentation. You have to have melanin. What creates pigmentation is melanin. Melanin, by Latin definition, is two words put together. Melas and serotonin. Melanin, or melas and serotonin, means the black hormone. So in order to have melanin, you have to have black what? Hormones. Because that's what melanin is. Melanin means black hormones. That's what melanin is. That's what gives your hair its color. That's what gives your hair its black color. That's what gives your eyebrows its black color. That's what gives your beard its black color. That's what gives the hair on your body its color. You have to have melanin in order to give color. So it's showing you that our Savior had melanin. He was a melanated man. He wasn't just this blonde-haired, blue-eyed Caesar Borgia picture. He had color. He says like in color, but he's telling you like in color to what?
It says like in color to polished brass.
Brass is a derivative of brown. It's like the penny you got in your pocket. You know what I'm saying? That is contrary to all the shiny nickels. It's dark in color. It's brass. This is brass right here.
My dad used to have some.
Except they're saying burnt.
But he said, as in polished brass, in Revelation says it's brass as if it was burnt in a furnace.
Yeah.
When you take anything and burn it, when you burn bread, it turns what?
Brown.
When you burn a house down, what color does it turn? You burn a piece of paper, what color it turn? Your car burned down, what color does it turn? You burn anything, it turns dark.
Yeah.
He said not only was it brass, it was already brown, but like it was burnt in a furnace or burnt in an oven. So it showed a Wesley Snipes, you know what I'm saying, a real dark color. So that is terrorizing information to somebody that says, no, we're the Jews.
That's a shock.
That's a shock.
Yeah.
That's terrorizing information.
Especially when you have receipts from slave ships.
Yeah.
When you finance slave ships, and you were the financier for the buying of those ships, and your parents financially benefited off of that, it's very scary.
Yeah. So he said, like in color, the polished brass. So it's showing you that a lot of what, this is why even now, like Dawiya said, what Putin did was to release those icons. Those icons predated the Renaissance period. So it just disputes all of the pictures that we've seen in all the Bibles that have Jesus as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. All the paintings, all the reliefs, all the statues of a blue-haired, blonde-haired Christ, even with the woolly hair. he got the blonde stringy hair. It refutes all that information. And so it's disheartening to know that you've set up a whole nation of people based off stolen identity.
And you think they're doing that because of like they want, you know, the attention on them, or to intentionally deceive God?
It is a deception. It's a massive deception. Because how do I feel when
like Satan, he wanted to be like God.
right? It's a deception. His job is to deceive. But this is why they're trying to rebuild a whole other temple right now under the notion that they're the Jews.
And there's financial gain and benefit for identity theft. There's always a financial incentive behind these things.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Do you think that the reason why Putin let that information out, do you think he kind of maybe perceives a loss, and while he has the infrastructure working in his country?
I don't think he perceives a loss.
Oh, really?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, not at all. I don't think
Well,
Putin.
why would he do that?
You know why? Because what does it do? It divides.
Right.
And when you look at Carlson Tucker's interview with Putin, he said America got bigger problems than Ukraine. He said they have internal issues.
Right.
He said they have issues with their border. They got a border crisis they need to be worried about. So all he's doing is showing how. Listen, I'm gonna just go ahead and slide these. I'm gonna go ahead and open these vaults up and show y'all that your government been lying to you for the last 500 years.
Whoa, that's almost like Spike and his cousin. Because those are his. I mean, some way or another,
but he understands.
Right?
But he understands. He understands what he's doing. That was a strategic move to go ahead and release this information at this particular time, because the last thing you want to do is unify America. Putin don't want to fight a unified America. He'd rather fight a weakened, divided America, who's politically divided and still racially motivated. That was strategic. But back to this point. Now we're going back to us coming back, rebuilding the temple.
Okay.
Us coming back and getting the opportunity to reestablish our presence in the Holy Land. All right. So let's go. So that first wave came. Cyrus let that first wave come back to Jerusalem in 538 BC. Now within a few months they had the altar up. Now go to Ezra chapter 3. And read verse 8 through 10.
Ezra chapter 3 and verse 10.
It's just Ezra in the Bible.
And we gotta know as far as we're waiting for like them to make a movie about us, something like that. We're waiting for something like some kind of like what are we waiting for, bro?
A series, like TV series.
We waiting for a TV series to come out. The black and the Native Americans and the so-called Latinos re-enter the homeland. Let's go back to the first temple, the rebuilding of the temple. Why are we waiting for that? Why don't we just read our own?
A Netflix special.
We're waiting for a Netflix special. But the scripture says we reject knowledge.
Yeah, it's been in the Bible the whole time. But he said, but you know what we wouldn't do? Go to Revelation 1 and 3 real quick. We got to see it on TV to believe it. I don't know if y'all watched, the Netflix special, The Coming Home Party for Jews.
It was amazing.
No, really? What's the name of it?
No, it's not.
Oh,
See it? You're guilty, brother. I'm informed. That's what the black man's waiting for, right?
Hey, I was gonna say somebody ain't gonna pass up that money. They're gonna make some stuff like that.
It wouldn't be advantageous to America, but
Yeah,
it wouldn't. Read that right there.
Revelation
it's like
chapter
the politics out.
Revelation chapter 1 and verse 3. Blessed is he that readeth.
That's why the blessing goes to he that who.
That readeth.
What would not people do for so many years?
Read.
We don't want to read. That's why the blessing is to those that decide to open the book and do what?
Read.
Go ahead.
And they that hear the words of this prophecy.
Because the Most High had already told us what was going to happen before it even happens.
Not Nostradamus, like you said last class.
Yep.
People want to hear what's he got to say about it? What is it? Some psychic got to say about it? What does God have to say about it?
Because I'm glad you said that, because we look for alternative points of emphasis. We'll believe that. alternative sources than the Bible. The prophecy of us returning home has already been there. The prophecy of us going into slavery and being thrown in captivity and being conquered and colonized was already in the cards. The Most High had already said this was going to befall our people.
In Deuteronomy.
In Deuteronomy. That's why it says, "Blessed he that readeth and hear the words of this what."
This prophecy.
Go ahead.
It says, and keep those things which are written therein.
And follow the things that are what?
That are written therein.
So I get a blessing when I read the Bible, I understand the prophecy, and I keep the Most High's commandments. I get a blessing in my life for that. It realigns my purpose as a person. I know what to do as a person. I know how to conduct myself as a man or as a woman. I don't have to keep trying things. Maybe I'll do this in my life, waste another 5 years. Maybe I'll do that in my life, waste another 10 years. Maybe I'll do this in my life, waste another 8 years. Man, I know what my purpose is in life. My purpose is to understand God's plan and me to keep His commandments.
Man, I'm gonna get that new job. You know, I'm gonna learn how to play poker. Maybe I'm gonna get some money on the side.
Travel the world.
Be a good poker player. And I'm gonna go back to the gym, man. I'm gonna get myself back right. Get back looking good again. So I gotta build my face, all my likes, man. I'm gotta get enough likes, man. Let me go ahead and start, getting some good photographers and taking some pictures and get my profile back together. I gotta get my life back together.
Possibly get a website.
What we doing, bro?
Right. But a lot of times, what we're not doing is coming back and reading. The blessing is in reading this book and keeping these prophecies. Now let's go back. So we understand the first wave that came back from Babylon into Jerusalem was led by Zerubbabel and Jeshua, and then within the first few months they had at least an altar built. Now we're in verse 8. Ezra chapter 3.
Ezra chapter 3 and verse 8, it says, now in the second year of their coming unto the house of the Most High at Jerusalem, in the second month began Zerubbabel.
He said in the second year of their coming. So they've been here, the first wave of little less than 50,000 people. The first wave, in the first 2 years, it took 2 years to get what? Go ahead.
It says, now in the second year of their coming unto the house of the Most High at Jerusalem, in the second month began Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua, the son of Jozadak, and the remnant of their brethren, the priests and the Levites, and all they that were come out of the captivity unto Jerusalem, and appointed the Levites from 20 years old and upward to set forward the work of the house of the Most High.
Go ahead.
Then stood Jeshua with his sons and his brethren, Kadmiel and his sons, the sons of Judah, together to set forward the workmen in the house of the Most High, the sons of Henadad, with their sons and their brethren, the Levites. And when the builders laid the foundation of the temple of the Most High.
So it took a couple months to get the altar erected. Then it took 2 years for them to finally at least lay the foundation, showing that this rebuilding of the temple was not going to be a quick process. This was not going to be a fast-paced process. It was a slow process.
Can you
Yeah.
We got
another reading?
Moselle, you ready?
Yes, sir. I don't really know.
That's what we'll show you. It's all right.
Do it.
Moselle, Shaw Shabbatah.
Moselle.
Shaw Shabbatah.
Show Shabbatah.
Ban Yehuda. Ban Yehuda.
Ban Yahweh.
Ban Yashala.
Ban Shala.
Ban Yashala.
Ban Shala.
Ban Yashala.
Ban Yashal.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Moselle, Shaw Shabbatah. Ban Yehuda. Ban Yashala. Amajim. Brak. Yahweh Hashem Shabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbarakatah.
Yajbatah? All right. Let's go ahead.
All right, bro.
You got it. Okay, so you're going to pick up where Kariah left off in Ezra chapter 3 and read verse 10.
First Ezra. Chapter 3, verse 10.
This is 3 right here? Chapter 3?
Huh? Oh, well, in the Bible.
In the Bible, yeah.
Ezra.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ezra chapter 3.
I don't know what this is saying.
Hey, brother, Benjamin online. If you want to just kind of be a little bit more informative on that question, most definitely we want to see where you're coming from on that. Just if you can kind of give us a little bit more clarity on that question, so we can understand what exactly do we feel like he was trying to protect. Just go ahead, but I just want you to rephrase it a little bit to make it easy to understand for us if you can. All right, let's read that.
Okay. Ezra 3, verse 10.
Yes, sir.
And when the builders laid the foundation of the temple of the Lord, they set the priests in their apparel with trumpets, and the Levites and the son of Asaph with cymbals to praise the Lord, after the ordinance of David, the king of Israel.
Okay, so after 2 years, they at least started to they already had the altar up within a few months. Then they had the foundation, but also the priests started wearing their holy garments. The priests put their holy garments back on. And also the musicians came in, and the choir was reestablished, and the singers were reestablished like the time that David reestablished the singers, when he had the rotation of singers singing in the temple 12 hours in a day, 12 hours in a night. All right? So from there, let's go to Jeremiah chapter 25, verse 11. Let that go in Ezra. And let's go to Jeremiah chapter 25, verse 11.
Okay. Jeremiah 25, 11. And this whole land shall be a desolation and an astonishment. And these nations shall serve the king of Babylon 70 years. And it shall come to pass, when the 70 years are accomplished, that I will punish the king of Babylon, and that the nations,
and that nation,
saith the Lord, for their iniquity, and the land of the Chaldeans, and will make it perpetual desolation.
So when you look at when the Persian Mede Empire came in and conquered the Babylonians never rose to power ever again as a world power. That was their last time as a world power. Now when you look at the book of Daniel and you look at his conversation with Nebuchadnezzar, he told Nebuchadnezzar, you are that head of gold in that vision that you had, showing that Babylon was the wealthiest kingdom that ever existed on the earth. Babylon today is where Iraq sits on a map, on a world map. So where modern Iraq is today was the headquarters for the Babylonian Empire.
Wow.
But if you look at Iraq still has resources. They got oil, they got wealth, but they've never been a world power ever again. Now, the Greeks, the reason why we know so much about the Babylonians is that the Greeks came in and took the religion of the Babylonians and maintained it. The Babylonian mysticism, the Epic of Gilgamesh, a lot of those, the Babylonian tablets were translated into Greek by the Greeks. So they salvaged a lot of their science, they salvaged a lot of their religion, they salvaged a lot of their astrology, their astronomy, their agriculture.
They call it what they do call the Sumerian tablets, right?
Yeah.
So Babylon and Sumer the same thing?
Ancient Sumer, ancient Sumer.
Ancient Sumer, so the Sumerians, right? They have all kind of tablets, and the tablets are all breaking down the stars. The tablets are breaking down mathematics.
Equations.
And equations. But the scriptures, the Greeks seek wisdom. They're looking for what's the proper mathematical, astrological, physical, economical approach to master and be rulers of the world. They actually care about this.
Isn't that a form of witchcraft?
It is.
Yes, because
the Chaldeans were sorcerers.
God.
So this is why the Most High said he would destroy the Babylonians and the Chaldeans from be a desolation, meaning they would never be a world power. But a lot of their culture still exists
To this day.
due to the Greeks maintaining the Greek the Babylonian systems of philosophy, mathematics, science, astronomy, through the Greek culture. They translated it out of the Babylonian literature, Chaldean literature, into Greek.
Yes.
So a lot of what we know that survived today is by way of the Greeks, because the Greeks came in power. The Babylonians came in power, were overthrown by the Persians. After the Persians came in power, who came in power after the Persians? The Greeks did. Matter of fact, when you look at, like I said, there's 12 Persian kings that were in existence that ruled the Persian Empire. The last king fought against Alexander the Greek's father, Philip of Macedonia. They had a head-to-head battle, and he defeated the last king of Persia twice. He defeated him twice in two battles, two instrumental battles. Don't worry about it; it's all good.
Sorry about that.
So he in two instrumental battles, the last king of Persia was defeated by the Greek armies, and then Alexander the Greek came in, took his father's position as king, and finished conquering the Persian Mede Empire and the rest of the world. But they maintained a lot of their writings, a lot of their culture. But as far as it being a world empire, the Most High removed Babylon at this point in time from ever being a world power ever again in history. Right. So it matches exactly what Jeremiah said. Read that one more time. Jeremiah.
The Bible ain't no just some book of religion and just some collection of writings and some metaphors. It's actually a book of history. True history.
That was 25:13.
Just saying. To preserve the
God.
knowledge.
Oh well, okay. So, we know that when you look at King James, see if we got that picture of King James of also when he wrote the Bible and how it's in a metaphysical Bible dictionary, and I think we had a picture of that metaphysical Bible dictionary.
Right here, bro.
No, that's a metaphysical. Zondervan. It's in the Zondervan. It's in the Zondervan. You got the Zondervan that talks about the King James Bible and what he had to do. We had it on a painting.
Yeah.
Of what he had to do in order for the Bible to be maintained and not be destroyed. Just to answer the brother Benjamin's question, I don't know if you got it. You got it on there. It's in a little small picture, and you'll see a picture of King James on there. So a lot of the culture, a lot of the Bible had to be protected because the Jesuits were they wrote the Bible in Latin so that you didn't understand the Bible, so you couldn't just read the Bible. King James decided to translate the Bible into English so that you could read the Word of God for free. Because that's Sophia. If you don't see it, no problem. So the Word of the Most High was translated by King James, but he had to commission scholars and hide these scholars all over Europe. He hid the scholars in Cambridge, where Cambridge University is. He hid some scholars in Scotland. He hid scholars all over the world, and they took certain portions of the 66 books and translated it so that the Greeks, if you can't find it, don't worry about it. So that the Jesuits wouldn't find out and they would kill King James. Now, when you look at King James and what he was doing, he knew that he would be killed for translating the Bible into English. So, as a matter of fact, he survived a bombing of one of the convention halls he was in. They tried to blow it up because they knew that he was allowing people to understand the Word of God for free. So he feared assassination so much that he went ahead and prepared his son to take control over the kingdom when he knew that for what he was doing it was going to cause him to be assassinated. So I don't know if we at the Zonovan, but if we find it cool. No, if not, no problem. So yes, sir.
When you say scholars hid, tucked away in different parts of the world, you mean actual men?
The actual men.
With the script, with the actual.
That's one of the books he wrote. But that's not. He didn't write the Bible. He translated the Bible, but he had scholars do it. He had groups of 6 groups of 9.
Right.
6 groups of 9 men were tucked away in different parts of Europe, because he knew that if they were found out, that they would be assassinated. The scholars would be assassinated if they found out about the work, and also he would be assassinated. If you can't find it, no problem. So yes, it took a lot of work to get us to get to the English Bible to where we have it the way we see it now, and not hidden and shrouded in Latin or hard to understand or comprehend, so that the Word of God can be preserved. So we may not have it in Hebrew or in Greek like the Septuagint. We still got the Septuagint. The Septuagint is the Bible that Paul was reading out of when he was alive. But a lot of the works did survive by way of men protecting its original scholarship. And the way they did that was they had to go underground, so to speak, and to not let the Jesuit church find out what they were doing, because they would be assassinated immediately. And I know we have an article on it. We have an image of it that explains all this in detail of how he divided up the scholars and what part of the Torah that they particularly took to translate. But it was done to preserve the word of the Most High, unadulterated. So if we get that, cool. If we don't,
I got a quick scripture on the point. Just quick, simple precept. Psalms 68 verse 11. Psalm 68 verse 11.
Let me see. Let me get it real quick. Let me get it. I know what it is. Go ahead.
Let's get it.
Psalm 68:11.
Uh-huh.
The Lord gave the word.
The Lord gave the word. The Most High is the one that created these prophecies, created these scriptures, created the laws, statutes, and commandments, and helped preserve the history of our nation and revealed the history of our nation to our ancient patriarchs, the prophecies to the ancient patriarchs, right? And then it's inspired the men of every era to sit here and commit their lives to the dispersion of information to inform the populace of the information the Most High has for our people to know, to maintain and keep our culture alive as a group, as a nation, as a race. Read.
Wow.
The Lord gave the word. Read.
Great was the company of those that published.
Great is a major word. Great means in mass of people. Great was the company. Company, another word, company is another word for army. So it was an army, a mass army of people over thousands of years and hundreds of years and over generations that what? Third point in the scripture?
That published it.
That published it. There were scriptorians. There were men that lived and their whole life was to write by hand, write the Bible by hand. Their whole life was writing the scriptures by hand to preserve the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the Heavenly Father that we take for granted.
We take for granted.
We take for granted. Let's sit and collect dust on the coffee table and put lottery tickets in. And let it just sit there. But men have given their entire life living in caves, like the the Qumran Dead Sea Scroll community, that lived in the caves that got killed by the Romans, that died.
They found them out.
Yeah, they were. I think they were killed in Cave 57. It says that Cave 57 is the Cave of Horrors, where a lot of them were slaughtered and put to death. But their whole community, their job was to write the scrolls, write the scriptures, preserve them. They put the scriptures in these big, gigantic, I guess, vases. And it was the desert, so the temperature of the desert and the vases being protected preserved those ancient writings for thousands of years. So that we can get this today and like, oh, the Bible is true. Oh, it's not just King James. This scripture is before King James. All throughout Europe, communities of men that wrote scriptures. What we call camps, whatever you want to call it. Oxford.
Whether it was Essenes or
Yeah.
Yeah, whether they're like the Qumran scrolls, like the Qumran community.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let me read this real quick. This is in explaining how the King James Bible was written and how it was preserved. It says King James authorized a new translation of the Bible to replace the Bishop's Bible. 47 of the best Hebrew and Greek scholars of the day were divided into 6 groups: 3 for the Old Testament, 2 for the New, and 1 for the Apocrypha. And that's why we have the Apocrypha, and it says authorized King James Version, because he's showing how one group of these men, 6 groups total, one group covered the Apocrypha. So when you divide it up, it's like 8 to 9 men per group of these 6 groups. He says, and one group for the Apocrypha. 2 of the groups met at Oxford, 2 at Cambridge, and 2 at Westminster. When a group had completed its task, its work was submitted to 12 men, 2 from each panel. Final differences of opinion were settled at a general meeting of each company. In cases of special difficulty, learned men outside the board of revisers were consulted. Marginal notes were used only to explain Hebrew and Greek words to draw attention to parallel passages. Italics were used for words not found in the original, but necessary to complete the sense. So anything that wasn't explained, that they couldn't translate, that there was just no equivalent to put into English outside of the Hebrew or Greek scrolls, they just put it in italics. They didn't leave it out. They just put it to the side in italics. So that way you don't lose the writing. It still preserved the writing. So it was completely about the preservation of the original scriptures. So it wasn't that he was making up a new Bible, making something up as he was going. Just to answer the brother Benjamin question about why do we think, Yahweh Shah, how he preserved the writings, so that today we could find out today that, hey, these are men of color. Right. These are men of color. These wasn't what we were told by our captors, that these were stringy-haired, blonde-haired, blue-eyed men. If we had no original source to go to, if we had no records to preserve, we would just be believing in our face value that, hey, that's Jesus Christ. Wow. That's Paul. That's Moses. And then when you look at Hollywood, you got certain actors playing. You got Jim Caviezel playing Christ, and you got Charlton Heston playing Moses. You start to believe, hey, maybe that is Moses, maybe that is Christ. But if you did, but thanks be to the Most High, like I just brought out, that records were preserved so that we could identify that, hey, we're in the scriptures. Wow. Yes, sir.
So, long story short, how did they come together to put it all in one book? Did they all report to King James? Which would be dangerous, but
no, he not that it would be dangerous. He let special boards of advisors go back and double check, meaning they not only did they after they translated it, it wasn't finalized until another panel of 12 men oversaw and double checked the translation. So it went through constant examination to make sure that it was as accurate to the Hebrew and Greek as possible. See, a lot of people don't trust the Bible because they say, well, white man made the Bible. White man preserved the Bible. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, but even King James, when you read about King James was a brother. He wasn't a white man.
Right. Everybody, including myself,
but
at one time,
right.
He was white.
Exactly. But let's go back to where we are in
Psalms.
Where you finishing Psalms?
Yeah. Because the Lord gave the word, great was the company of those that published it. And the nations seek to put their images in our books, so they can go ahead and say they're us when we're us, but we rejected the knowledge of the Most High, which created this whole course of confusion in the first place. And now we're dealing with 3 ways of being put into the captivity under the Babylonians. But the Most High promises it's just going to be 70 years. A 70-year atonement for our sins as a race, as a nation. And we can come back home and get back in order with our Heavenly Father.
Right. So after the Babylonians were removed out of power, what we read in Jeremiah 25 and 12 is that the Most High was going deteriorate their rulership on the earth. They were never going to be a world power, which they haven't been since that time.
Right.
All right, so we finished that in Jeremiah chapter 25, verse 12. So the temple took 23 years to build. So from 538 BC, the temple wasn't completed until 515 BC. So it took 23 years to complete the project. So within this 23 years, a lot of our people started to grow detached from the project itself. A lot of our people didn't want to continue and make the temple priority. And this is when the prophet Haggai and the prophet Zechariah had to come back. The Most High had to commission them to come back and motivate us to finish the project. This was taking so long. So we came back from Babylon, and we started becoming more focused on our own home life and our own comforts than the Most High's house.
Right.
So there was a conflict of interest. Do I worry about my house, or do I put my time in dedicating to finish this building of the Most High's temple? So let's go to, real quick, let's go to Haggai chapter 1, verse 1.
Yep.
How many guys did they have working on it?
Well, remember 50,000, a little bit less than 50,000 came back from Babylon. But not everybody wanted to participate. People started worried about their own houses. So this is why the Lord is like, okay, you got to make a decision. What, you know what I'm saying? Is it about your house or my house? I brought you back to rebuild the temple.
You came back for this purpose.
Yeah.
You didn't come back to plant some grapes.
It makes sense too. I mean, these highways out here, man, they've been working on it for like decades. Still not done.
Yeah, it takes a long time. Read that right there.
Haggai what?
Haggai chapter 1 and start at verse 4.
Okay. Haggai chapter 1, 4.
Mm-hmm.
It is time for you.
He said, is it time?
Is it time for you, O ye, to dwell in your
Sealed.
sealed houses, and this house lie waste?
So what is the question being asked?
Should you be worried about your house and let the Lord's house be waste?
Which house is more important?
Lord's house?
So, but we got to ask that same question today, because we'll put emphasis in the maintenance and the management of our own houses, and we give very little strength, very little energy, and very little resources to the building of the Most High's house. There's still that conflict of interest today. People still have a hard time balancing out what they do for the Lord versus what they do for themselves. That dynamic still exists today. But it's a battle of priority. What's more important? And that's why the Most High had to bring up Haggai to come talk to us while we were in the rebuilding process. Within that 23-year rebuilding process, Haggai had to be commissioned by the Most High and raised up to come and tell us, make a decision. What's more important? Read on.
First Haggai 1, chapter verse 6. Is that what that?
Yeah, we're in verse 5. 5.
Verse 5. Now therefore, thus saith the Lord of hosts, consider your ways. Ye have sown much, and bring in little. Ye eat, but ye have not enough. Ye drink, but ye are not filled with drink. Ye clothe you, but there is none warm. And he that earneth wages to put it into a bag with holes.
So what is the Most High doing right here? Because we haven't made it priority to build his house up.
Just the more you get, the bigger hole I'm gonna put in your pocket.
What does that mean?
You can't hold your substance.
You can't establish yourself,
Oh, okay.
and you can't get comfortable. So the Most High has it to where your life and your comfort is on a perpetual breakdown. Something always is going wrong. So as soon as you try to get comfortable, the toilet break at the house.
Yep.
As soon as you try to get comfortable, the electricity go out, or your car break down. As soon as you try to get comfortable, bills happen. Things that you didn't even expect come out of nowhere that exhaust your resources. So the Most High puts up these situations. He creates these situations where you're not allowed to get comfortable because you're still battling the idea, do I want to serve my house or do I want to serve him? So the Most High will start creating these circumstances.
Where it's like you need his help.
Yes. You need his help, but also he's not allowing you to get stable. He's destabilizing you.
Because he knows we want to go into our house.
Yeah.
So we have to wait. We want to focus our mind and fixate our mind on our personal affairs versus fixate our mind on the needs of our people and the service of the Heavenly Father.
Yep. Because he says, ye clothe ye, but there is none warm. That warm represents comfortable. I'm comfortable. We want to work a certain amount of time,
Yep.
stack up enough resources so that we can take our relaxation and vacation.
Facts.
We can take a chill. We want to chill a little bit. We want to relax. The Most High said, I'm not going to let you stack up enough so that you can get comfortable.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that your pocket got enough holes.
Paycheck.
Keep you broke.
Definitely been there. Definitely.
That Wile E. Coyote
I
effect,
know what
right?
he's talking about.
There's no stacking of resources, man. The Most High said, I'm gonna do this to you because he wants you to do what? Read verse 7.
Verse 7. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, consider your ways.
He said, because I want you to think about what's important. Or is your house more important? Or is my house more important?
Right.
I want you to think about that. So while you're thinking about that, I'm going to keep putting these holes in your pocket until you make a decision.
How come none of them were like, you know what? I'm gonna take Yah into my house. Like I'm gonna make my own temple,
Did that
but
before.
to glorify him. You know what I mean? Is it,
Yeah.
Well, we tried that.
Hell.
We tried that already. But at this point, the Most High wanted a concerted effort of the 50,000 returned exiles that came back from Babylon to put the emphasis back in the rebuilding of the temple so that his name could dwell amongst the people. But we got back and we fell asleep. And we started chasing our own comforts in particular.
Yeah.
All right? So, in that it took 23 years to build the temple, and it took longer than it probably could have if we were all joined in and had a concerted effort to the rebuilding of it. Now, after that 23-year period, let's go to Ezra chapter. Okay, so the temple was rebuilt in 515 BC, and then there was a 57-year gap before the next wave of Israelites came back from Babylon.
57 years is a long time, bro.
Now, so the first wave came back in 538 BC. The temple was finished in 515. So it took 23 years to finish the temple. But from the first wave, 538 BC, until 57 years later, from 558 BC, a second wave came back. All right, a second wave of Israelites came back out of captivity. Now, this particular wave was led by Ezra himself. Now, we're reading the book of Ezra. And Ezra is telling us about the building of the temple, who came first. Zerubbabel came first, and the high priest Jeshua. They reestablished, they laid the foundation, they built the altar. Ezra is writing the story in the history, but he himself didn't come until that second wave. He led the second wave back into Jerusalem with about 4,000 to 5,000 men on that 900-mile journey. All right. So let me get so within that 57-year period, there was a lot of kings that had came and went in the process. So let me say this first. In the 23-year period from the building that it took to build the temple, the Persian kings changed hands 4 times. From Cyrus to Cambyses II to Smyrna to Darius I.
Is it like a presidency term, like a 4-year?
A lot of, when you read about the Persian kings, a lot of them were assassinated by their own brothers and their own family members. It was a power struggle. Because the Persian kings, it was customary for them to have a harem. A harem is a whole collection of I don't want to say wives, but pseudo wives slash concubines. But say it again.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm
So they had a harem. They had choices to choose from. So it was customary for the Persian kings to have a harem, and with these harem of women, they had children.
Oh wow!
A lot of those children from these other women vied and battled for control over the king, who was the legitimate next king.
Wow!
So they were taking out the children of the harems were fighting for power amongst the Persian elite.
Oh wow! I didn't know that, bro.
And so this is why there was in 23 years. It wasn't like, oh, you're doing 4 years, you're doing 4 years. It's these children are coming up saying, I should be the next king, not my brother, my half brother.
That's like how it is in China, right? Like years ago, one of the cousins or something fed his cousin or brother to like all these dogs.
Well, you can read that. When you look at
But it was like
Caesar Borgia. Caesar Borgia was another. In order to be Pope,
right. Yeah.
Caesar Borgia, he was poisoning anybody that threatened his throne. He feed him with poison to take out anybody that threatened his power.
I don't get why how do they, like, that's his name, right? And he has his own nasty background. How do they depict him as Jesus? Like, how come people don't make the connection, like, no, that's this guy, this incestual homosexual?
Because when you control the language that the Bible's written in, and people can't read the Bible for themselves, then remember that you had to come to the Catholics and get a word from the priest. For example, if your family member died, you had to pay the priest because they said that your family member is going to stay in purgatory until a certain dowry is paid, and then they could ascend out of purgatory and go to heaven.
Yeah.
So it was a money plot. It was a money pit. The Catholic Church was a business.
And that went all the way till this current day.
Right.
People still don't even
they still sleep
realize it.
because they don't read the Bible.
Yeah.
And that's why they still pray to saints.
Right.
And they still pray to beads and rosary
I know.
and Mary because they're asleep. But when you look at, to answer that question, a lot of people didn't see, hey, that's not Caesar because, for one, they didn't read. They couldn't read. They weren't allowed to read the Bible. And then also, they controlled media. So when during the Renaissance period, it was publicized that this is Christ. At the Last Supper, when Leonardo da Vinci created that Last Supper picture, or Michelangelo, the Last Supper, all those characters were blonde hair, blue eyed. And that became the identity of the apostles in Christ. And so that just carried on from generation to generation.
And so people that say, like, I know I'm not, you're like, I know there's more people that are aware of that. And where are they saying, like, you know, it makes me feel like I want to go to a church and ask them, like, how come y'all putting up a picture of this guy? You know what I mean? Like,
Well, to get a license to run a church, you have to go get a theology degree, a degree in theology. But the people that run the theology school, that give the degrees, is the Archdiocese of Rome.
And they are considered the mother church.
Yeah.
And you have to be authorized from the mother church in order to
so
open up your own.
Like, go with their agenda and they'll accept it.
Yes. That means there's certain things that you have to teach.
So, like, if I were to go and say that, they wouldn't like that. They would probably.
No, they remove you out of the church. It's many of our brothers that go to churches and
I
dispute the word.
Yeah, I feel that way. Like, dude, like, you're misleading people. Like, but I feel like, you know what, these people, if I do that, they probably would fire you or something.
Oh, they remove you out the church in a heartbeat because it goes against the doctrine. Because that's how they're funded. See, when you're funded by the mother church, that means that you get grants.
Yeah, those
You get tax free. You get and you get loans. You get access to loans and monies from the mother church. to open up your establishment. It's a business. But he said, so he said what?
We are in Ezra.
Yeah. So Ezra. So in that 23 years. Oh, hold that. In that 23 years of us rebuilding the temple, the Persian Empire changed kings 4 times. It was King Cyrus the First, the Great. He passed the torch to Cambyses the Second. He passed the torch to Smyrna, and then he passed the torch to Darius the First. Now, Darius the First was in power for 6 years before the temple was completed. So it was during his reign, Darius the First, that the temple was created in 515. It was during his reign.
Ezra 3:8.
Hold that.
Oh.
And then there was a 57-year gap between the first wave coming into Jerusalem from Ezra leading the second wave coming back into Jerusalem. 57-year gap. So in that 57-year gap, you had Darius the First. He had 35 years of rulership. And then you had Xerxes came in power. He had a 20-year rulership. And then you had Artaxerxes the First, who had a 40-year rulership. So in that 57-year gap, the Persian kings transferred another 3 times. In that 57 years is when you have the book of Esther written. The book of Esther was written within that 57-year gap. And the story of Esther, of her being queen, happened between that 57-year gap of the first wave coming back to Jerusalem and the second wave of Ezra leading the second wave back into Jerusalem. So a lot went on within that 57 years. A lot had happened, a lot of history within that happened between that 57 years. All right? So now let's go to prove that, though, let's go to Josephus. Grab the Josephus real quick. Go to Josephus, book 11, chapter 6, and paragraph 6.
Book 11.
Book 11, let me get the page real quick.
37.
Book 11. Chapter 6, paragraph 6 is...
Page 300.
Yeah, 300. Start at line 215. Page 300, line 215.
All right. When Haman had made this petition, the king both forgave him the money and granted him the man to do what he would with them. So Haman, having gained what he desired, sent out immediately a decree, as from the king to all the nations, the contents whereof were these. How do you say his name? Artaxerxes, the great king, to the rulers of the 127 provinces, from India to Ethiopia, sends this writing. Whereas I have governed many nations and obtained the dominions of all the habitable earth, according to my desire, and have not been obligated to do anything that is insolent or cruel to my subjects by such my power, but have showed myself mild and gentle by taking care of these of their peace and good order, and have sought how they might enjoy those blessings for all time to come. And whereas I have been kindly informed by Haman, who on account of his prudence and justice is the first in my esteem and dignity, and only second to myself.
So Haman, this Edomite, had he was second in command of the whole Persian Empire, and the Persian Empire dominated the entire world. And a known enemy, an Agathite, Edomite, an ancient Amalekite, had the second in command power, a known enemy to the Jews, in the time of Artaxerxes the first. So, what was his decree? Go ahead.
For his fidelity and constant good will to me, that there is an ill-natured nation intermixed with all mankind.
So it was Haman who was second in command in Persia during the reign of Artaxerxes the first, and this is still within that 57-year period, that said that this is an ill-natured nation. We got to eliminate them. Read on.
That is a verse to our laws, and not subject to our kings, and of a different conduct of life from others, that hateth the monarchy, and of a disposition that is pernicious to our affairs. I give order that these men, of whom Haman, our second father, hath informed us, to be destroyed, and their wives and children, and that none of them be spared, and that none prefer pity to them before the obedience of this decree.
So within us coming back to Jerusalem, within that 57-year gap, we were about to be annihilated as a nation of people. By way of Artaxerxes giving Haman the authority to eliminate us based off him calling us an ill-natured nation and an enemy to the Persian Empire. We would have never came back. We would have never got a chance to fully inherit Jerusalem and finish and inherit the temple. Our people would have still been stuck in Babylon. But remember, in Babylon, the Persians ruled Babylon. They conquered the Babylonian Empire. So we would have died in Babylon and not made the journey in the Exodus back to Jerusalem. So our survival was threatened at this point within that 57-year gap of the first wave coming back and the second wave coming back.
Not like y'all, like, hey, y'all are too comfortable.
No, not necessarily, but it's just a way of the Most High raising up. Before the Most High gives us salvation, we have to appreciate it. We have to earn it, because the Most High gives it to. He gave it to us the first time, and what do? We mess it up.
Is that the part where it says in the Bible where you're saying like he puts us like gold or something?
Yes, like gold is tried in the furnace of adversity. Yeah, but the Most High has got these enemies raised up, because that is, in what you're saying, partially true, because the Most High has to do something to motivate us to get us off our tails.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times we get too comfortable. So at this point, we're about to be eliminated. Read.
2:19. And this I will to be executed. Excuse me. And this I will to be executed on the 14th day of the 12th month of this present year. That so when all that have enmity to us are destroyed, and this is and this in one day we may be allowed to lead the rest of our lives in peace hereafter. 2:20. Now when this decree was brought to the cities and to the country, all were ready for the destruction and the entire abolishment of the Jews. Against that day before mentioned, and they were very hasty about the Shushan. That sounds like some Oriental stuff. But in particular, accordingly, the king of Haman spent their time in feasting together with good cheer and wine. But the city was in disorder.
So now, yeah, Haman and Artaxerxes the first, they were sipping wine and toasting. They were enjoying themselves. But when we got the news that on this date, this year, we're going to destroy all the Jews. Yeah, no, we weren't celebrating. He said the city was in disorder because we're about to be destroyed. So this is what's going on within that 57-year gap between the first wave coming back to Jerusalem and the second wave coming back. All right. So just wanted to bring that out to show what was going on in between. Now let's go to 2nd Ezra, chapter 1, verse 1. Let's go to 2nd Ezra, chapter 1, verse 1.
Second Ezra, chapter 1, verse 1.
And this kind of brings us back to where we were last Sabbath. We had read this in particular last Sabbath, but I kind of wanted to bring us up to speed of what was going on with us as a nation of people up until this time. Let's read that.
The second book of the prophet Esdras, the son of Cyrus, the son of Azarias, the son of Halchias, the son of Sadamias, the son of Sadok, and the son of Achabah. Achabah.
It's cool.
Okay. The son of Achias, the son of Phanes, the son of Hali, the son of Amarias, the son of Azai, the son of Merimoth, the son of Arnath, the son of Azias, the son of Borith, the son of Abazel, the son of Phanes, the son of Eleazar, the son of Arian, and of the tribe of Levi, which was captive in the land of Medes,
Medes.
in the reign of
Artaxerxes.
Artaxerxes, king of the Persians. And the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Go thy way, and show my people their sinful deeds.
So now, within that 57-year gap, something has, a state of mind had come over the people that have been there. Remember, 50,000 went on the first wave. So 23 years to build the temple. A 57-year gap after the building of the temple. So 23 plus 57 is what?
23, 57, 60, 27.
80, right? 80 years, right? So 80 years, a certain mentality has set into the people that just got back into Jerusalem. So he said, the Most High had to bring Ezra. That's why the class is called Ezra and the Call of Duty. The Most High had to bring Ezra, who was part of that second wave, and get him up to Jerusalem because something had already gone wrong in their return back to Jerusalem. So in the 80-year span, they've lost all discipline. They've lost all order. They got their temple reestablished, but they're already going backwards into their old ways. They just got back. They only been out of captivity for 80 years.
We just did a 70 piece on it.
You just did 70 years of captivity. You only been back for 80. The temple took 23 years to build the temple, and already the people have lost their discipline.
The white man calls it recidivism. Recidivism is the rate of people going back to jail after they get released out.
Yeah.
We're famous as a nation. We're kind of famous for this one.
Man.
We're famous for doing about maybe 15 years, get out, a couple months later, a couple years later, same crime, get back to the same judge. I knew you'd be back.
That term, three
Yep.
time loser.
Listen, I knew you'd be back. I'm going to give you 5 more years. Brother, do 5 more years. This is a true story.
Yeah.
5 more years, get out. Hey, baby, I love y'all. I'm coming back out. Can't wait to see my babies. Get out. Go to Riverwalk. Get into some kind of fight. Get into some kind of argument. Do some kind of crime. Back to jail. Do another year. What is this? That's the spirit of constantly backsliding in the scriptures. That's the spirit of recidivism. After I do a long sentence, I want to go back to the same conditions I complained about.
Some do it on purpose. To
Because
go
they're
back.
like so used to being in there, right? It seems like that's why they don't really. They're not like, oh, I don't want to go back in there.
We don't. We have a short motivation, short-lived motivation to do right. We fall back quickly to the things that we used to do in the past. A lot of times we say we're going to change, we're going to make a difference. This year's going to be different. Everybody says it January 1.
Yeah.
Every new year they say the same
Got to
thing.
make that change.
It's going to be a new year. I'm going to do something different. I'm going to be better than last year. I'm not going to do the things I did last year this year.
Never
Everybody say
again.
the same thing every year. New Year's resolution. They make a resolution and they don't stick to it. Then 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 21 days into the resolution, they've already given up. They already said all the things they said they weren't going to do. They do it. They're doing it all over again.
I'll never smoke another cigarette again from January 1st on.
Bang.
Never again.
Until I have a bad day at work.
Yeah.
Our people are known for this. I'm never going to do that again. And then that's a short-lived discipline. It's never long-term. And that's why he said, like a true proverb, our people return back, like a dog return back to its vomit. Or a pig in its wallowing in the mire. Our people jump right back in the mud. You wash a pig, he'll jump right back in the mud and get dirty again.
That's like that. Like the flesh wants it.
Yeah. Spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. We give into it. So already, we just got free from slavery and from captivity. Within 80 years, the Most High is telling Ezra, listen, I need you to go. I need you to be part of this next Exodus and this next wave and go back to Jerusalem. Read on. Verse 5.
Second Ezra, chapter 1, verse 5. Go thy way, and show my people their sinful deeds, and their children their wickedness which they have done against me, that they may tell their children's children, because the sins of their fathers are increased in them.
So now he's saying, I need you to go, because I need, if I don't send you now, they're going to corrupt the future generation. And they're about to repeat this cycle all over again. So I need you to get up there, and I need you to stop them and show them their sins, because they're already about to corrupt the younger generation. Read on.
Verse 6. Because their sins of their fathers are increased in them, for they have forgotten me, and and have offered unto strange gods.
Yep.
Am not I even he that brought them out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage? But they have provoked me unto wrath, and despised my counsel. Pull thou off then the hair of thy head.
So the Most High told Ezra, when you get back to Jerusalem, the first thing I want you to do is rip your hair off.
Wow.
That's what I want you to do upon arrival when you get to Jerusalem. When you get there, take your hands and rip your hair off.
There.
Literally.
We gotta see things.
Yeah, we need signs.
The Jews need a sign. We gotta see something. So that's us, huh?
It ain't serious until somebody like, man, what's wrong with this guy?
Why is he turning up like this?
Is that where that,
We're back home.
Yeah,
that phrase came from? Yeah, you're like pulling your hair out.
yeah, pull it literally.
Or rip your clothes.
Because there's a spirit of comfort there, and everybody's peaceable and relaxed in their flesh. And this prophet comes ripping his hair out of it.
He said that was an order from the Most High. When you arrive to Jerusalem, I want you to rip your hair off in front of everybody.
That's like the kids being bad at the house, and when the parents come in, start flipping furniture and flipping tables out. Like, oh, what's going on? What's the problem?
Yep.
When the coach does that, we lost the basketball game. Coach come in, throwing
Throwing the clipboard.
throwing clipboards, throwing chairs, sit here and flipping, knocking the juice down, knocking the water down, the glass down. The team, you get their attention. Same thing for Israelites.
It had to be this way. So Ezra has to make this whole journey, get up there and start pulling his hair out. Read.
Pull thou off the hair of thy head, and cast all evil upon them.
And then start showing them how evil they are. Go directly at these Israelites that have been here for the last 80 years, and they're already starting to backslide. Read on.
For they have not been obedient unto my law, but it is a rebellious people.
He said it is a rebellious people. Read.
How long shall I forbear them?
He said, how long am I going to keep dealing with them? I just brought them back out of Babylon. I just brought them into Jerusalem. They just got back.
We just did this.
It is again.
We just did this, bro.
Yeah. Sad, bro. We're going to go through this all over again? Read.
Unto whom I have done so much good.
He said, listen to what the Most High is saying. How long should I put up with them and bear them? I've done these people so much good. How long do I got to tolerate them? This is why the Most High activated and initiated Ezra to come back up on that second wave. Somebody got to stop this madness, because they're passing this madness down to the children. Ezra chapter 8. Hold that in second Ezra. Ezra chapter 8, verse 31 and 32. Read that.
That's Ezra.
Ezra. Ezra chapter, not Ezra's, but after Chronicles. After Second Chronicles.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to go to Ezra chapter 8. You're going to read verse 31 and verse 32. You got it? After Chronicles? Yeah, go ahead and let him. Yeah, thank you, brother. Read that.
Verse 31.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then we departed from the river of Ahava on the 12th day of the first month to go on to Jerusalem, and the hand of our God was upon us.
So Ezra was motivated. He was motivated on his journey. He said the hand of the Most High was upon us. The Most High ordained this exodus, this return. So they're fired up to go back to Jerusalem. Read on.
And he delivered us from the hand of the enemy.
And he protected them all on that 900-mile journey. Read on.
And of such as lay in wait by the way.
And there was robbers and hijackers on the road. Read on.
And we came to Jerusalem and abode there 3 days. Now on the 4th day was the silver and the gold, and the vessels were weighed in the house of our God by the hand of Meremoth, the son of Uriah, and the priest. And with him was Eleazar, the son of Phinehas, and with him was Jezabad, the son of Jeshua.
All right, so here we're showing that it took them 4 months to make the exodus. It took them 4 months to make that trip. So he said it says the Most High's hand was upon us. We left Jerusalem. He said they left on the 1st month. They arrived on the 5th month. So within a 4-month period, it took them 4 months to make that journey. Now, when he got there, what did Ezra see when he arrived? Go to chapter 9, one book over, and I want you to read verse 1.
Ezra chapter 9, verse 1. Now when the things were done, the princes came to me, saying, the people of Israel, and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the land.
So now when Ezra arrives, he's witnessing that everybody has corrupted themselves from the top down. Everybody that returned back to Jerusalem have all been corrupted. The priests were corrupted. The princes and the governors were corrupted. The people were corrupted. Everybody had already, in that short of a time, that 80-year span, everybody from the top down was already polluted. Read on.
Doing according to their abominations. Even of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, and the Jebusites, and the Ammonites, and the Moabites, and the Egyptians, and the Amorites. For they have taken of their daughters of them for themselves and for their sons. So the holy seed have mingled themselves with the people of those lands.
So why did the Most High activate Ezra and get him up to Jerusalem on that second wave? He said because the people had already started doing what?
Mingling themselves or intermixing with the other people of the land.
Yeah, there was this interracial marriage going on.
Right.
They had start commingling themselves and marrying into the nations.
And marry into their gods.
And when you marry to the nations, you're married to their gods. You marry into their food. You marry into their culture.
Right.
You marry into their customs. You marry into their worship days, their feast days, their holidays, their supposed holidays.
We do Halloween and we do Passover, just so you know.
Yeah.
It's our house.
So did he know that before he got there, or he found out when he got there?
The Most High told them that they were sinning.
Oh, okay.
So the Most High told them they're sinning, and they're passing the sin down to the children. He said, when you get there, rip your hair off and show them their sins. He didn't know specifically what they were doing until he got there.
He had to see it.
But when he arrived, upon arrival, he saw what the sin was. The sin was from the top down, everybody had a different type of wife.
Wow.
Everybody wanted something strange.
Yeah.
Everybody wants something different.
Something foreign.
We want something foreign. We want something exotic. We got to have that exotic. Is it any different today? No, it's not even. There's nothing's new under the sun. You know what I'm saying? Our people do this. Yeah, because the nations do that too.
Right.
They do that too. That part of their culture is their pharmaceuticals and their sorcery.
You're like, I guess my question is like, is it kind of relating to that, like, kids allowing them to celebrate those basically pagan holidays, like, that's what I'm just upsetting about, right? Yeah.
Go to Jeremiah chapter 10.
I don't want to see this book.
Jeremiah chapter 10. Just one. We'll be quick with it. Verse 1 and 2. Just real quick.
You know, it's like, I try to tell my ex, like, you're sipping from both cups, you know, like, and then you're going to accuse me of destroying my relationship.
Well, that's a different. We'll get. That's a, you know what I'm saying. You're getting personal now.
Yeah, we just doing the nation as the Israelites.
We started with. Yes, we talk about holidays. You catch your flashbacks.
That's just like he look at your cousin.
Jeremiah.
So sometimes you still care.
I didn't say
No shame in that. Go ahead, read that.
Jeremiah 10:1. Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord.
What did the Most High say? Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith the Lord.
What did he say?
Learn not the way of the heathen.
What did the Lord say?
Learn not the way of the heathen.
Does he want you to participate in any way, shape, or form the ways of the heathen?
Learn not the way of the heathen.
What if you just go, but you don't actually eat the food?
Learn not
the way of the heathen.
What if you just show up just for face value to say I showed up?
Learn not the way of the heathen.
Does he want you to observe the customs of the heathen?
Learn not the way of the heathen.
I'm not going to participate. I'm just going to show up to avoid an argument.
Learn not the way of the heathen.
Go ahead.
And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven.
Because the nations, they celebrate days that are based off star worship. They worship idols. They worship idols. Saturn's Day.
So doing that with your children is basically what's kind of happening in the storyline that you're talking about.
Well, let's find out. Read on.
For the heathen are dismayed at them.
Go ahead.
For the customs of the people are in vain.
Hey, you know what's going to happen? It's the 8th of the month. This solar eclipse coming out. Hey, bro, you better. It's a state of emergency.
Yeah, every day now, ever since that eclipse, I'm hearing ambulance. I'm seeing so many wrecks. It's like people are getting rage. People are going nuts.
Listen, but listen, that the Most High said the people are dismayed at the signs of heaven. You know, for them that's a major day. For them, that eclipse is a major. That became almost a celebration.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Where are you going to be during the path of totality? That's what every news channel was talking about. Where are you going to be? Where are you going to celebrate the path of totality? First of all, that don't even sound good. The path of totality don't even sound like something you want to do anyway. That don't sound like something that you want to buy tickets for.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That sounds, yo, bro, we're going to do the path of totality? Or, like, no. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, that don't even sound good. It doesn't sound appealing. Where are you going to, because you know what? First of all, you're making this has happened multiple times over, even as early as 3 years ago. But you're making this bigger than what it is. Because they need something to celebrate and something to attach themselves to make themselves feel spiritual.
True.
He said the customs of the people are what?
Vain.
Now you got a lot of people now that have been left with coronary and retina damage from looking at that damn eclipse. You got a lot of people now that are suffering permanent retinal damage.
Glasses ain't gonna fix this.
Yeah, glasses can't fix it, contacts can't fix it, eye drops can't fix it. You got a lot of people now that are complaining that they're permanently have eye damage where their things are blurry, they can't see clear anymore. But you wanted to do what the nations were doing. You wanted to buy the ISO certified glasses that look like 3D glasses from a cheap movie.
Yeah.
And go stare at some 50-cent Chinese made glasses to go watch the sun and burn your retina out. He said the customs of the people are what?
The customs of the people are vain.
Read.
For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen, with the axe. They deck it with silver and with gold.
And what does it sound like?
It's Christmas.
So does the Heavenly Father want us to participate
No.
with Christmas?
No.
Eat the food, sing the songs, drink the eggnog, cut the fruit cake.
I like the eggnog.
But why is it sold during that time of year? Because it's a drink offering to a god. When you look at the origin of it.
The other day, what? Which son?
Well, it's Nimrod. It's Nimrod. But we just wanted to go here just to prove how the Most High doesn't want us involved in anything that the nations were doing.
And we just did a 70-year sentence.
We just did a 70-year sentence in captivity, and already we're coming back and interweaving ourselves into these women who come from these customs.
So if I want to guard my kids from falling in that direction, when my ex is controlling and she won't let me,
Amos chapter 3 verse 3 says what? Amos chapter 3 verse 3. What does it say?
I tried to tell her, and I feel bad too because it's like little, it's just going to fun. But I, if I had the ability, I would explain to them why it's not good to participate, in a way that they could understand.
Right.
It's always still hard to, right? Because it's like you want to.
You got that
something.
You got the Apocrypha too. I want you to read Amos 3 and 3, but also I want you to get Ecclesiastes 7 and 26 too in the Apocrypha. You get Ecclesiastes chapter 7 verse 26, and you got Amos 3 and 3. Read that right there.
Can two walk together except they be agreed?
It said, can two walk together except they be what? They got to be on the same page. If they're not on the same page, they're not going to be able to coexist. They got to be on the same page. And usually what happens is, in order to be on the same page, you have to do what's called a compromise. So there's people want you to compromise. And when it comes to compromising your relationship with the Father, you got to make a decision. Am I going to compromise my relationship with my God for the sake of cohabiting with this person? Ecclesiastes chapter 7 verse 26 in the Apocrypha.
And birthdays too, right? Like
We'll get on that.
Praise.
74.
Yeah, page 74
Oh.
in the Apocrypha.
Okay.
All right.
7 and 26. Yes, sir.
Okay. Hast thou a wife after the mind?
And he's asking a question. Do you have a wife that thinks like you do? Do you have a wife that follows you? Exactly. Do you have a wife that loves the same thing? That cares about the same thing? That you care about? Does she agree with the way you think? The way you think is your mind. Do you have a wife that agrees with the way you think? Read on.
Hast thou a wife after thy mind?
He's asking a question. Read on.
Forsake her not.
Then don't let her go. That's a value. That's a valuable individual when you got a wife that thinks like you. He says don't cut her off. But don't let her go. Read on.
But give not thyself over to the light of a woman.
No, read it again.
But give not thyself over to a light woman.
A light woman, by definition, is a woman that's not serious. A woman that's not serious. She don't take your mind what? Serious. She don't take the thing that you care about what? Serious. She don't take your relationship with God what? Serious. So there's certain women. That's why what I would prefer that you do is come on a day that we teach it about marriage, because there's a lot involved in that.
And we have lots of classes about that. We have a lot of topics and stuff like that. Today's topic is, of course, Call of Duty Prophet Ezra and the issues that our people do. But you keep coming through, keep coming to class, and we'll definitely answer all your questions.
Best thing I could do in that situation, she has control of them, so she's going to allow that. But the most I could do is at least explain it to them, right?
Yeah, in the meantime. But there's more to it. Like I said, there's more to it, because even when you are married into, your situation isn't far removed from what we're reading about, because eventually that's what's going to happen to the children of Israel when they do intermarry with these other nations. There's going to be a clash of culture. There's going to be a culture clash. And when that culture clash happens, somebody's going to compromise something. The problem is the children of Israel are going to compromise the Most High in order to sustain these relationships.
Right.
It's not like these nations are going to give up their beliefs and follow after the Most High. We're the ones that's going to cast off our faith in the Most High. So for the sake of unity, for the sake of togetherness, for the sake of compromise, I'm going to go ahead and give in a little bit to what you believe in. Then I'll do what I believe in also.
Saying, right, about I'm going to go just to show face.
Yeah, just to show face. But you know what the Most High said? We put ourselves, this wouldn't even been an issue. A battle of culture wouldn't even been an issue if we would have just kept the commandments. Already Ezra is coming back into a situation from the top down, from the priests, the elders, the leaders, the governors, the people. They have all started to intermarry. Let that go, and let's go back to where we are in Ezra chapter 9. We're in Ezra chapter 9, and no, Ezra chapter 9, yeah, verse 2.
Ezra chapter 9, verse 2. For they have taken their daughters for themselves, and for their sons, so that the holy seed have mingled themselves with the people of those lands. Yeah, the hand of the princes and the rulers hath been chief in this trespass. And when I heard this thing, I rent my garments and my mantle, and plucked off the hair of my head.
Just like the Most High told him when he was still in Babylon. He said, when I need you to go wake these people up, charge them with their faults and their sins. And when you get there, I need you to rip your hair off. And when he saw what they were doing, is exactly what Ezra did. He rent his garments, he rent his mantle, and he said he plucked off the hair of his head and his beard. Chinny chin chin, bro. He ripped it all off. And it's painful to rip your hair out, to rip your own hair off. That's a painful thing. But like Dawiyah said, how extreme must you gotta be to show that, man, you guys are doing something that's highly offensive to the Heavenly Father? Read on.
And plucked off the hair of my head and of my beard, and sat down astonished. Then were assembled unto me every one that trembled at the words of the Most High.
So that was a shock to some. Because they knew, man, the Most High must be angry and not be pleased if this prophet is coming here with this extreme behavior. The Most High must not be pleased. So those that saw that is, okay, we must be doing something wrong. Read.
Because of the transgressions of those that have been carried away, and I sat astonished until the evening sacrifice. And at the evening sacrifice I arose up from my heaviness, and having rent my garments and my mantle, I fell upon my knees, and spread out my hands upon unto the Lord, the Most High, and said, O my power, I am ashamed and blush to lift up my face to thee. My power, for our iniquities are increased over our head, and our trespasses grown up unto the heavens. Since the days of our fathers have we been in a great trespass unto this day.
He says, we haven't done anything different. We're duplicating the sins of our fathers. We're doing the same thing. You just brought us back into our own kingdom, free from oppression and slavery from the Babylonians. You just let us back in Jerusalem. We just got the temple built back up. We just got the altar built back up. And already we're doing the same thing our fathers did.
And the same dynamic belongs to the 9.5 tribes too. The 10 lost tribes who went to the Americas. Got to a land that was uninhabited by man.
Brand new.
Brand new land, uninhabited by man. And we said, sure, we'll keep the commandments here. We haven't sinned one time.
Is that what the whole beginning of what y'all were talking about, the rejecting and all those things to the shame kind of thing?
Yeah, it's a buildup. You know, but the Most High is saying, okay, well, listen, I've done you so much good, but you just keep slapping me in the face. You just keep spitting in my face with the same repetitive sins, the same repetitive dealings. It's a slap in the Most High's face. So Ezra has to go in that second wave to come up to tell the ones that already been here for 80 years in Jerusalem that y'all have already started to deteriorate as a nation. And to perform abominable actions in the eyes of the Most High in this with this new opportunity that you received. You received a fresh start.
Yep.
You got a fresh start and you're doing the same thing. Watch, he's going to say that. Read on.
And for our iniquities have we, our kings and our priests, been delivered unto the hand of the kings of the lands, to the sword and to captivity, and to the spoil and to confusion of face, as it is this day. And now for a little grace?
Yep.
And now for a little space, grace has been...
Now he said, and now, yeah, he said that. And now for a little space, grace.
Oh, okay, look. I thought there would be a comma there, but...
It's not.
Okay. And now for a little space, grace has been shewed from the Lord, our Most High, to leave us a remnant to escape, and to give us a nail in his holy place.
He said, we only got a small position in his holy place. We just got the temple back up. What he's saying is, damn, you just gave us a chance to come back. This is what Ezra's so mad about.
Right.
He's telling the people, we just got here. It was by the Most High's mercy that he let us get this land back. And already, with this little bit of grace, what do we do with the grace the Most High gives us?
Yeah.
Step on it. Poo-poo on it. We do the same. We do it all the time. The Most High will open up a window of opportunity for you, give you a change of pace, give you a fresh start, and with that fresh start, you go back doing the same thing you did the first time. We put sins on repeat. And that's why Ezra is saying, listen, he gave us a little space of grace. Read on.
That our power may lighten our eyes.
And lighten our eyes means he give us some hope. To lighten somebody's eyes means to give somebody hope and inspiration. You give me a reason to continue, a reason to think positive. And what we do with that opportunity is we step on those opportunities. Like we're doing right here 80 years after we got back to the kingdom. Read on.
And give us a little reviving in our bondage.
He says, and give us a little reviving in our bondage. He give us a little relief. We get a little bit of relief from the captivity. And guess what? Damn, we're duplicating the same sins all over again. So the Most High is bringing Ezra up to let the people know how extremely displeasurable their actions are to him. What am I going to do with you now? I just brought you back. And this is why we'll go there in a minute, matter of fact. Give me 2nd Ezra chapter 4. Give me verse 37 in Apocrypha. 2nd Ezra chapter 4, and we're going to read verse 37.
Second Ezra, chapter 4, verse 37. By measure hath he measured the times, and by number has he numbered the times. And he doeth not move nor stir them.
Give me verse 36, because I want to just make it clear what he's saying. Okay. Start at verse 36.
And unto these things Uriel, the archangel, gave them answer, and said, even when the number of seeds is filled in you.
He said, he's talking about our people. There's a certain amount of seeds that he says that the Most High, that fills up in us, that the Most High doesn't like. He's trying to get us to not fulfill this number of seeds that existed in our fathers. He's talking about these seeds, right? What seeds is he talking about? Read on.
Yes. And for he has weighed the world in the balance.
So he's saying that the Most High is saying that there's a scale and that there's a balance. And everybody is on a scale. And you're measured by the sins of your fathers who were destroyed. So he's saying that the hope is that we don't fill up the measure that our forefathers filled up that caused the Most High to destroy them. He said, for the whole world is weighed in a what?
In a balance.
And a balance is a scale. The Most High has everything on measurement. So you have your forefathers' sins. That's a particular measurement. He says these people they're being filled with seeds. And he says those seeds are being measured also. But what are those seeds that are being measured to their forefathers? Read on.
By measure has he measured the times. Oh, hold it.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. By measure has he measured the times.
Everything's measured. The times are being measured. The seeds and people are being measured. Read.
And by number has he numbered the time.
Read.
And he doeth not move nor stir them until the said measure be fulfilled.
So the Most High will keep a person in a particular place until that measure be fulfilled. Read.
38. Then answered I and said, O Lord, that bearest rule, even we all are full of impiety.
What are those seeds that he's talking about that he doesn't move a person until they reach a certain point? It's seeds of what?
What was the question?
Yes, it's seeds of impiety.
Oh.
The seeds that he's talking about that he has on a scale is the impiety that exists in us.
Is that why it's like you hear these older people pretty much say that he for like life is having balance.
No. No. What that's not why they say that. Because they're talking about moderation. What he's talking about here is the Most High doesn't take action until what you do is equivalent to what your forefathers were doing. And if you have eclipsed or you have created the same level of impiety, impiety is a lack of respect for the Most High. It means to be irreverent, or it's to lack respect, or to not fear the Lord. So if I reach the same level of impiety that my forefathers had, it forces the Most High to take action upon me. So everything is in a scale. So what we're being judged by is by the actions also that we do today that are mirroring, that is a direct reflection, and that is equal to the same sins of our fathers. That's what's on the scale. What your forefathers did, if what you do today equals what your forefathers did, you're in trouble. This is what Ezra is asking the Most High not to punish us for. Yes, sir.
Does the amount of sin done by the fathers destroy the sin over here as well? I mean, I know what you're saying as far as it being equal. Once the seed in modern times equal the father, then there's stuff done. But as the modern seed comes up and doing bad, does that affect the children over here in the future?
Yes.
Stack up with it.
Yes, it does, because now they're going to be judged based on who sins.
The father.
Yours, being the father.
Okay.
So now, so that this could be even more clear, I want you to go back to where we were in 2nd Ezra chapter 1 verse 5, because we read this earlier. Go to 2nd Ezra chapter 1, and I want you to read verse 5.
Okay. 2nd Ezra chapter 1 verse 5.
We start at verse 4.
Verse 4. And the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Go thy way, and show my people their sinful deeds, and their children their wickedness which they have done against me.
Read.
That they may tell their children's children.
It says that they may warn their children's children. Why? Read on.
Because the sins of their fathers.
Stop. It said because the sins of their fathers, read,
are increased in them.
He says they're starting to do the same level of sin that what? That their fathers were doing. See, everything's on that balance. Everything's on that scale. And so when you duplicate the actions of your fathers, the Most High will destroy you like he destroyed your fathers.
It's no different.
Yes. Exactly. But there's a measurement for that curse. There's a particular weight of sin that the Most High is watching, to where if that weight gets increased, if that level of impiety starts to fill up, then the Most High decides to wipe you out. So your sin is on a scale. Your sin is being measured.
In a balance.
In a balance. So when your sins equal the sins of your fathers, it forces the Most High to take action and destroy you like he destroyed your fathers. See, the objective of the prophets is to keep the sins at a minimum, so that the children never would equal the sins of their fathers. That they would put away their sins and not equal that same weight. You understand?
Is it very similar to how in this generation, Esau, they go the percentage. This is the percentage of crime, or this is the percentage of education, or they have it. Oh, I get it better. The birth rate. They'll look at the birth rate of previous generations, and then look at the current birth rate of the new generation. They'll measure Generation Z birth rate, Generation Alpha birth rate, not birth rate, but Generation X birth rate, and they'll look at the percentages. The Most High is weighing the percentage of the people also. He's looking at, there's 1.5% more crime this year. There's 20% more inflation going on right now. He's measuring the people's sins the same way Esau measures all the carnal measurements. The Most High measures all the spiritual violations the same way with his spiritual scales.
And everything you do is on a scale. Everything you do is being weighed. So I want to ask you a question, but I want to make sure it's clear. So if ever at a time when your sins equal that of your father's, then certain destruction is upon you.
Yeah.
Now, let's go here, for example. Let's go to Matthew. And if you can, give me that.
Same thing.
Yep. Give me that. That joint right here, but in Matthew, right?
Okay.
Read this. I want you to read this. Read Matthew 23. I want you to go to Matthew 23, and I want you to get start at verse 21. No, I'm sorry. Start at verse 29.
23, verse 23.
29, and I want you to read this. When yeah. Go ahead, start that.
Okay.
Give me that one.
Okay, come.
Matthew. Me or-
Yeah, no, you read verse 29.
Matthew chapter 23, verse 29. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees and hypocrites, because ye build the tombs of the prophets and garnish the sepulchres.
So who is he talking to? Who is Christ talking to in particular?
The Pharisees, hypocrites.
He's calling them hypocrites. The scribes and the Pharisees, right? Read on.
Because ye build the tombs of the prophets and garnish the sepulchres of the righteous, and say, if we had been in the days of our fathers, we would not have been partakers with them.
He's saying that you act innocent.
That's the no.
He said you act innocent, right? Go ahead.
With them in the blood of the prophets. Wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves, and ye are children of them that killed the prophets.
He said it's evidence. See, the Pharisees didn't understand what Christ is talking about. Christ is saying, you did the same thing your fathers did. You make it clear that you're just as defiled and responsible for the death of the prophets, like your fathers were. Read on.
Because of their ways.
Because of their ways. But they don't understand what Christ is saying. They're saying, they told themselves, if we were alive back then, we wouldn't have killed the prophets. But what Christ is not weighing what they would have done in a hypothetical manner. He's weighing that. He's looking at the sins that they have, that they're weighed at today. He's saying the evidence of your actions today are equal to what your fathers were doing, which shows that if you were alive at the time of the prophets, you would have did the same thing that your fathers did, which is kill them, because your sins are equal. You understand what he's saying?
Right. Balance.
He said your sins today weigh the same amount as your forefathers' sins, which means that if the Most High would have put you back 200 years ago, you still would have put the prophets to death. Because your sins are equal. So that means that no matter what time period that the Most High would have dropped you off in, because you have this weight of sin, you have this level of impiety, if the Most High would have put you back 1,000 years ago, you would have killed Elijah.
That like says, I forget what part of the Bible, but it's like, you have to be like a good person because it creates a whole bunch of other good people, and if you are like be bad, it causes a whole bunch of other people to be bad.
1 Thessalonians 2:16 real quick, and then we're going to come right back.
I heard that one yesterday, but like, you have to be a good person because not for yourself, but it causes a lot of others to be good.
Well, I'll say this. Yes, it does have an effect. Give me 1 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 16.
1 Thessalonians chapter 2, 13. For this cause also thank we the Most High without ceasing, because when ye received the word of the Most High, which ye heard of us, ye received it not as the word of men, but as in the truth, the word of the Most High, which effectually worketh also unto you that believe. For ye, brethren, became followers of the churches of the Most High, which in Judea are in Christ Yahushua. For ye also have suffered like things of your own countrymen.
He said, because you suffer the same like things of your own countrymen. Read on.
Even as they have of the Jews.
Meaning what? Read on.
Who both killed the Lord Yahushua.
He says, he's telling them, y'all are suffering the same thing that your forefathers suffered from the Jews who killed Yahushua. Read on.
And their own prophets, and have persecuted us.
And he says they killed just like they killed the previous prophets. He said, Paul is saying they're persecuting us right now the same way. Their actions are equivalent. So although the time has changed, is the actions any different? No. Why? Because you have reached a particular level of impiety. So that means that no matter what time frame you live in, if the Most High is judging you based off the impiety of your forefathers and the impiety of you in the present.
And it works on both sides, because people always say, "Oh man, if I was living in the 1800s, I wouldn't have put you in slavery. That wasn't me. That was my forefathers.
That was my forefathers."
We get mad when people tell us that, man. You wouldn't have put me in slavery, man. You would have treated me right back when we was in slavery. Yeah, I would have took care of you, man. And maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But it's unlikely, because Scripture says, they're going to suffer for the sins of their forefathers, right? Because of the children of their forefathers, right? Basically, you're your forefather. So that same principle of the children being just like their parents applies to us too.
Yep. So he said, now finish that on in Thessalonians.
And they please not thy power, and are contrary to all men, forbidding us to speak to the Gentiles.
He said, and these same people today that was doing the same thing that was done to our forefathers, he said, when we try to speak to the Gentiles, which we know is the Jews in the Gentile state of mind, read.
Forbidding us to speak to the Gentiles, that they might be saved.
Because they're trying to prevent us from teaching just like they prevented the prophets from teaching.
No different.
When somebody tries to prevent you from teaching and spreading the gospel, they're duplicating the same actions of the Pharisees, which killed Christ, and those apostles, which are duplicating the same actions of those men that killed the prophets. Read on. I got your question.
To fill up their sins always.
He says to do what?
To fill up their sins always.
He said, but what are they doing?
To fill up their sins always.
They're filling up their sins by doing that. Meaning they're duplicating the same actions of their forefathers. That's why when Christ says, ye are of your father the what?
The devil.
Because you do what?
The works.
You do the works. You do the works in him. So when your works are equivalent to the devil, it don't matter what time frame you're in, you would still be a devil. So even though a person say, well, like Dawiyah said, well, you know, if you know, we've been out of slave for 100 years, why don't you just let it go? I don't feel that way about you. Well, you know what? If your actions are equal to your forefathers' actions, you would have done the same thing to me back then. Yes, your question?
So just so that my brain can understand it, when you say the sins of your forefathers, and we're basically there's seeds, and those seeds are weighed.
Yep.
If my great grandpa smoked cigars, and then my grandpa smoked cigarettes, and then my dad smoked something else, or chewed tobacco, and then I say, oh, well, I'm not going to do anything like that, I'm just going to vape. Would that still have the same, like, in that example, is that what you mean by the weight? Like, I'm duplicating exactly the same type of substance
of impiety
for myself, or impiety.
Yes.
That my forefathers did, even though it's something different, the weight of it is the same.
The sin is the same. The weight of the sin and the piety is the same. And this is why Christ said this. Now go back to Matthew 23 and read verse 30.
Matthew chapter 23, verse 30. And say, if we had been in the days of our fathers, we would not have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets.
Well, this is why the Pharisees said, listen, we're not guilty. We didn't do that. We wouldn't have killed the prophets like what we saw our forefathers do. As the leaders, putting the prophets to death. They're saying that if we were back then in that time frame, we wouldn't have done that. They're trying to absolve themselves from guilt.
That like the same thing like when like the Germans were knocking out the Jewish people, and they were like, "We're only doing a job," kind of thing.
Well, no, it would be like more so like if the Germans today say that we wouldn't have done that to the Jews back then, but they still have prejudice and they're still racist in that regard, and they still got hate in their heart, then they still would have done the same thing back then. It wouldn't have been no different. Their actions wouldn't have been any different. Why? Because they have the same level of on that scale of sin, they equal the same sin as their predecessors. So this is when Christ is addressing the Pharisees, saying, listen, you say that if you was alive back then, you wouldn't have put the disciples to death. That's what you say. But read on.
32. No.
Verse 31.
Wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves that ye are the children of them.
He said, but the reason why you're a witness against yourself is because you do the same thing today as the ones that killed the prophets back then. Your sin weighs the same. Your sin weighs the same as your forefathers. Therefore, if you were alive back then, you would have killed the prophets just like you trying to say that you wouldn't have done. Read.
Wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves that ye are the children of them which killed the prophets.
He said, but the more you keep talking, you trying to say that you're not like them, but your actions and how you treat people show that you are the children of those that have done what? Have killed the prophets. So what does Christ say as he's disproving their thought process? Well, I wasn't alive during that time, so I wouldn't have done that. So how is Christ showing them that, yeah, you would have? Through their sins, through their present day sins.
Witnessing themselves.
Right. But what they're doing today is on the same parallel with their forefathers. So what Christ is saying is, stop trying to act like you wouldn't. You would kill them. You're just as guilty. Read on.
32. Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers.
He says, stop acting like you don't have the same level of sin. You might as well go all the way because you are.
And NIV goes pretty clear on this point right here. It says, go ahead then and complete what your ancestors started.
Boom. That's what Christ told him. So what Christ told him was, go. You might as well kill me. You might as well kill me. You might as well kill those that believe me. Because all you're doing is finishing what your forefathers have already what? Started. So you're going to be judged the same anyway. And how do you know they're going to be judged the same? Read on down in what you got.
Okay. 33. Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell?
That's why it says you can't escape the damnation of hell. Even though you may say you didn't do it, your actions show that you would have done it. So you might as well complete what your forefathers started. Listen to what Christ is telling the Pharisees.
It's pretty bold.
These are the leaders. These are the elite. He's showing them by way of their actions, you are no different than your fathers. Ezra is trying to get to Jerusalem to prevent the children of Israel that have just returned to not fulfill the sins of their forefathers. But unfortunately, they've already started to duplicate them. So Christ says what?
34. Wherefore, behold, I send unto you your prophets and wise men and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify, and some of them shall ye scourge in your synagogues, and persecute them from city to city.
And what Christ was talking about was his disciples that they were going to eventually kill anyway. That's why he said you might as well finish what your forefathers started, because it's already in you. Your sins weigh the same. And he said there's no way for you to escape the judgment of hell because you're at that level already. So let that go now. I think we got that point, right? I hope we got that point. So what is Ezra trying to do when he's coming back to Jerusalem? With that in mind, what we just explained.
With the hair pulling out?
Yeah, what is he trying to do with the hair pulling out, ripping the garments, going at the people's sins? What is he trying to get them to do?
Letting these people know how serious of sins have been committed through their actions.
He's saying you're almost at your father's level of sin.
Oh.
So the Most High will destroy you for that reason. That's great what you had right there. On that NIV, what he's on that finish with your fill ye the measure of your fathers, right?
Come on.
So let's go back to Ezra and finish Ezra. Ezra chapter 4. I'm sorry, 2nd Ezra chapter 1 and verse 5 and 6.
Oh, did you say 14?
Yes, page 14.
Oh, okay.
This is crazy. Calls them brood of vipers, huh?
Yeah,
It's amazing. Huh?
Okay.
a den of snakes.
Wow.
2nd Ezra chapter 1 verse 4.
No, 2nd Ezra chapter 1 verse 4 through 6.
Okay. And the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Go thy way, and show my people their sinful deeds, and their children their wickedness which they have done against me, that they may tell their children's children, because the sins of their fathers are increased in them.
He said, now he's showing you what was Ezra's call for?
To show them the measurements of their fathers.
Yes, you're doing the same thing. You're at the point of where you're about to cause the Most High to destroy you like he destroyed your fathers. Because you're filling up that same measure. The weight of your sin is becoming equal to that of your fathers. Ezra has a mission to try to offset that sin scale. Ezra's trying to, hey, I got to root out these sins, these seeds of impiety. I got to get you to throw these sins away and forsake these sins because you're about to equal that measurement. You're in trouble. The Most High got a scope on you. Because if you look at the forefathers' sins, and he said, and you look at this new generation, that first generation that came back to Jerusalem, he said, damn, y'all on par. Your sins are on par already. And you just got back.
Yep.
Read? Yes, sir. You had a question?
Yeah. So, is this like a dual thing? Like this measurement is not only for a group of people, but it's for each individual.
Kind.
Okay.
It's on an individual basis and on a national basis. Read on.
Okay. That was I think we're at 6.
Mm-hmm.
Because the sins of their fathers are increased in them, for they have forgotten me.
He said, because you forgot me just like your forefathers forgot me.
Same trajectory, same sin, same problem, same root issue. That means all of us are called by the Most High to break our generational curses. We're supposed to get educated in the Scriptures. We're supposed to exercise ourselves in the Scriptures, develop the virtues and skill sets necessary to create a different branch for our children and for ourselves to repent for our forefathers. We're supposed to repent for our forefathers also. But if we're not really sitting here
I like what you said when you said we're called to break generational curses.
Come.
But it's not just the curses. It's the cycle of events that we perform that went on with our forefathers.
Come.
Go to Ezekiel chapter 20 and go to Ezekiel chapter 20 verse 4. And then go to Deuteronomy chapter 11 after that.
I remember reading or audio a part. I don't remember, but it's like he will deny not only you but your children as well. For the I don't remember exactly.
Okay, now read real quick. Read Jeremiah before we read these two. Just on that question, go to Jeremiah chapter 32 verse 17.
Because I told my mom about like the true origins of Easter, and I was like, we have to, repent because we've been participating in idolatry. And she's like, well, you're not held responsible for like your parents' sins as a child, but in the Bible, I don't know if that what I remember reading in the Bible. Like, basically, is she wrong? Like, because I remember in the Bible, it's like, not only will he deny you, but your children as well. I forgot what he was talking about. But
Okay, hold on. Before we read this, hold that. Give me that Exodus 20. Yeah, Ezekiel 20 and 4. I'm sorry. Hold that real quick.
Yeah.
Ezekiel chapter 20.
Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 4.
Start at verse 3.
Verse 3. The Son of Man speaketh unto the elders of Israel, and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord the Most High, Are ye come to iniquity of me?
No. He said, Are ye come to inquire of me?
Are ye come to inquire of me? As I live, saith the Lord the Most High, I will not be inquired of by you.
He said, I know that you're not looking for me. The Most High said, I know that you don't have a heart that's looking for me, to seek me. Read.
Verse 4. Wilt thou judge them, Son of Man? Wilt thou judge them?
So now what he's saying is, for this reason, he's telling Ezekiel to go judge them. What does the Most High want Ezekiel to tell the people? Read.
Cause them to know the abominations of their fathers.
He said, what does Ezekiel want? What does the Most High want Ezekiel to tell the people?
The abominations of their fathers.
He says, cause them to know
The
abominations of their fathers. Why would the Most High want us to identify and know so well and be so familiar with the abominations of our fathers? So we don't repeat them.
Stop the process.
That makes sense, right?
So you break the cycle. You got to break the cycle. It's on you to break the cycle. But how can somebody break a cycle they know nothing about?
That's true.
So that's why you got to show our people that their generation, their previous generation's errors. You have to show it to them.
you can't just tell them what you said. You got to tell them the past.
In the past, we've done this wrong, and the Most High, and we're duplicating the same wrong things. This is why the Most High tell them, you got to show them the sins of their fathers. Because if you don't, they're going to do the same. They're eventually going to repeat it. They're going to repeat the same thing. This is how you break the curse. This is how you break the issues. You got to teach them not to duplicate past actions of their predecessors.
If I tell my, I tell my ex-staff, you know what I mean? Like, look, you're misleading my children. And she won't say nothing.
She don't know.
You know how Satan can't admit truth because the truth isn't in him? You can't accept it, you can't speak it, you can't acknowledge it because the truth is not, like, he's silent. And there's truth. He cannot, his mouth, anyway.
I know what you said, but I want you to, we're going to say, I know what you got to offer, we're going to have to do that away from this class. No, because I understand where you're coming from when you're trying to reach somebody. Because I know you're looking at it from a standpoint of, I've been trying to reach my people. I've been trying to tell them what's going on. So,
She don't like to be wrong. She don't like to be.
Give me Jeremiah chapter 32, verse
17.
32 and 17. Read
All right.
that.
Jeremiah 32, verse 17. Our Lord, Yahweh, behold, thou hast made the heaven and the earth by thy great power and stretched out arm, and there is nothing too hard for thee.
Read.
Thou showest loving kindness unto thousands.
He said, you showed loving kindness unto who?
Thousands.
Go ahead.
And recompensest the iniquity
And you also recompensed the iniquity. Go ahead.
of the fathers into the bosom of their children after them.
And you pay back the iniquity of the fathers into the bosom, which represents the heart, which represents the mind of who?
Of the children after them.
So the Most High said, I'll punish your children by plaguing their mind and putting your sins on repeat.
Whoa. I should tell her something like if you keep doing this.
You can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
You can't keep doing it. Because you're initiating a cycle. This is the beginning of the cycle.
What verse?
Jeremiah chapter 32. That was verse 17 and 18. You're initiating a cycle.
32. Chapter. You said 32.
32:17.
Yep. Give me Numbers chapter 32, verse 14. Book of Numbers.
To basically.
Give me Numbers chapter 32, verse 14.
Numbers 32, verse 14.
Let him write it down. Let him get it.
He's gonna put the sins in our children's
Minds, yes. He's gonna punish the children, and that iniquity that he's gonna pay back that iniquity that from the fathers down into the children. That's where that cycle is created. They're gonna have to be punished for the things that their fathers do, and they'll also be given that same mind. That iniquity will dwell in that mind.
So basically, my mom was kind of wrong.
Think about what a parent always wants. A parent's a desire is for you not to be like them, but be better than them.
Come.
What the Most High is saying is, I'm going to make your kids be like you. And I'm going to punish them just like I punish you. Until you correct the cycle. And the only way to correct the cycle is you have to cause them to know their iniquities. You have to but that's based upon their forefathers' errors.
I need to tell them like a cute little story. Like, look, the people before our time years ago, they participated in these things and God, they upset God.
Yeah, but they have to be willing to hear. See, you could say it in a pretty package. You could wrap it in a pretty package and put some sugar on it. You could yell it, you could scream it, but you can't make anybody do anything. But you still got to tell them whether they want to hear it or not. See, that's the way the Most High set up Ezekiel. You got to hear whether they hear you or not, whether they believe you or not. You got to hit them with it anyway. You got to tell them anyway, because it cannot be said, and they cannot pull out the ignorance card. Nobody ever told me, and they can't use the ignorant card and say I didn't know. All that I didn't know, nobody told me, nobody showed me. That's a lie.
That's why it says like God's not going to come back until His word is preached to all four corners of the earth. It's the same thing that you just said. It's like you can't say you didn't hear about me.
Yeah, there's no excuse.
Yeah.
See, the Most High takes away the excuse for somebody to say I didn't know. I didn't know I had an obligation to do this.
Like, look, if you continue this is going to happen to you.
You got to tell them anyway, just like that. You got to use scriptures, and you got to tell them anyway, whether they want to hear. It says whether they will hear, or whether they will forbear. The Most High told Ezekiel to tell the people either way, whether they listen to you or whether they don't listen to you. You tell them anyway.
And that's one of the biggest sins is like to like know about God, but to deny Him.
Then that's on them at that point. Our job as watchmen is to sound the trumpet. Ezekiel 33. Let's get where we at right here. What you got?
Numbers 32.
Numbers chapter 32, read verse 14.
32:14. And behold, ye are risen up in your father's stead, and increase of sinful men.
What did he say? Ye have done what?
You have risen up in your father's steed, and increase of sinful men, to argue yet the fierce
To
anger, augment yet the fierce anger of the Lord
Means to
towards Israel.
increase.
That augment means to increase, to add on. To augment means to add on. So he's saying that, man, you have risen up in your father's steed to make the Most High. It says an increase of a sinful man, to augment or to add on yet the fierce anger of the Lord towards Israel. So what is he saying? You are doing the same things that what? That your fathers are doing. And all that does is make the Most High add on more fierce anger to you when you keep duplicating these same actions of your forefathers. So when the Most High pulled Ezra up on that second wave to go to Jerusalem, was to teach them not to duplicate the sins of their fathers, because they had already started doing it. And they were also about to increase the Most High's wrath on a place and at a time where they just received a fresh start.
Is that the same time when he was saying, like, talking about Easter and provoking him to anger? How they participate in that it provokes.
Yeah, all sin provokes the Most High to anger. But especially sin that your forefathers have already done, that we should be learning from, but we end up duplicating by not making sure that we...
Not being aware of the definition of insanity.
Yeah, exactly. But that insanity is based upon the actions of our forefathers. To do what our forefathers done is insanity.
Yeah.
And expect a different result. That would be insanity. To watch your forefathers suffer from doing the same sins, you just commingle interracial relationships. The Most High obviously was against it. You duplicated, did the same thing, but expect a different result. So,
remember, we went into the class about the interracial relationship was about making the women of the other nations the mistress of the house.
The head of the house.
The mistress is the head of the house.
That's how she wants it. She wants me to follow her.
But we're bringing gentilic culture and making that the culture of the house and polluting the children.
Now let's go back and finish this up in Ezra.
Right.
And we'll pick up on this, on that third wave. The third wave was Nehemiah's wave. That was the third wave. And that third wave was 12 years. There was a 12-year gap between the second wave of Ezra. He went up, brought about 4,000 to 5,000 with him, and then 12 years later, Nehemiah led another wave from Babylon up to
the third wave?
That's the third wave. Nehemiah's wave to go rebuild the walls and to re-strengthen the people's motivation and morality, to get them to invest and fight for the walls, to finally finalize the perimeter of the temple. That's when Nehemiah came up, and the Most High brought him up to advocate the people and motivate the people to finish the finish the project, because the walls weren't solidified up until Nehemiah's time. And that happened in 444 BC. So we're not going to cover that today. We'll save that for another time. But in this first wave and the second wave is what we mainly focused on today. Yes?
Just for clarification, when you mentioned that you will put the idea into our children's heads.
Yes, that iniquity.
Our iniquities.
Yeah.
Is it then our responsibility to train the child in the way they should go, warn them of it, because they are going to have that idea, but then not to follow it?
Right, meaning the Most High is saying that you have an opportunity to break a cycle. You can either create a cycle or you can break a cycle. If you choose to be different from your forefathers, and you choose to not duplicate their sins and raise up in their stead, or like Christ said, fulfill the measure of your forefathers, meaning you fulfill the same measure of sin as your fathers did, then the Most High will be merciful to you. But the cycle, the creating of the cycle, is when we don't look at the actions of our forefathers, do their same actions, then the Most High got to punish our children for what we put in front of them and we put in front of their minds. And now they got to suffer for something that we didn't want to change. And so now we just created another cycle of lost individuals or detached individuals from the Most High.
We didn't clean up our house, and now they're subject to the same pollution that's in the house.
Yep.
And they're kind of infected with something that they're not even aware of.
You
It's
know,
going to go to their children.
you know, you may say, you know what? Well, I watch my parents drink every day. I'm not going to drink every day, but I got alcohol bottles all on the counter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
It's okay to drink.
It's still, I'm not saying I promote it. Like my parents just slammed it in my face.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Do as I say, not as I do. They slammed it in my face. I don't necessarily slam it in their face. But they see that I got a whole section of my house dedicated for the alcohol.
Really like that stuff.
So
Got the whole collection.
I'm not saying do it, but did I truly eliminate the influence? I'm just using that for example. Alcohol is not wrong according to the Bible, as long as drink in moderation. But I'm just using that as an analogy. Did you, even though you may have not done the same thing, but are you still influencing the children in a similar fashion that's causing them to go contrary to the Most High? So let's finish this in Ezra. Go back to 2nd Ezra chapter 1. And 2nd Ezra chapter 1, we're reading 1 through 9 and we'll be done.
2nd Ezra chapter 1, verse 9.
Yes, sir.
How long shall I forbear them, unto whom I have done so much good?
And this is why the Most High say, how long shall I forbear them from whom, how long shall I put up with these people for whom I've done so much what? I've done a lot of good for these people, man, and they just keep abusing my goodwill.
What have I got in return?
They abuse it every opportunity I give them to give them a fresh start. They abuse my goodwill. Read on.
Verse 10. Many kings have I destroyed for their sakes. Pharaoh with his servants and with all his power have I smitten down. All the nations have I destroyed before them. And in the east I have scattered the people of 2 provinces, even of Tyrus and Sidon.
No, stop right there. So the Most High is just going over a list of good things that he's done for us to show why would I in turn receive disobedience for all the good that I've done for them. And so we had to watch the temple be destroyed by the Babylonians and ransacked by the Babylonians. The gates burnt down, the walls burnt down, the temple burnt down, all the treasures exploited and robbed and pillaged. And then have to go on a 900-mile journey, out on foot. Yeah, out of there, and then wait in captivity under the Babylonians for 70 years just to come back, rebuild the temple, and duplicate the same sins of our fathers all over again. That's why the Most High said, man, what do I got to do for them? Like, what do I need to show them? It's almost like we don't appreciate anything. We'll end it with Lamentations chapter 3. Let's go to Lamentations chapter 3, and we'll read verse 31 through 41, and we'll end it with that.
There's a whole lot more, but time permits.
It's after Jeremiah, right?
Yes, sir.
Lamentations chapter.
We're going to Lamentations chapter 3. We'll start at 31.
Lamentations chapter 3, verse 41?
31.
31.
Mm-hmm.
For the Lord will not cast off forever, but though he causes grief,
It says the Most High will not cast off for what? Forever. So yeah, we constantly agitate and aggravate the Most High through repetitive sins. Read on.
But though he cause grief, yet will he have compassion.
But just like the Most High punishes us, he still comes back and multiplies his compassion upon us. Read on.
According to the multitude of his mercies. For he doeth not to afflict willingly, nor grieve the children of men.
So does the Most High punish us because he wants to?
No.
Or he only punishes us because he has to. He has to do it. It's not that the Most High is like an evil God. He actually loves us. But we force his hand against us. Read.
To crush under his feet all the prisoners of the earth. To turn aside the right of a man before the face of the Most High.
Read.
To subvert a man in his cause, the Lord approveth not.
The Most High is not with trickery, hustle, lying to men, a setup, setting you up for a fall, giving you a expectation and then snatching the expectation from you. That's why he said to subvert a man from his cause. The Most High is not doing those things, but he would if we force him to do those things to us. So it's not like the Most High wants to see us fall. We never learned from our previous mistakes. Is our biggest issue. Read on.
37. Who is he that saith and cometh to pass, when the Lord commandeth it not?
Read.
Out of the mouth of the Most High proceedeth not evil and good.
He says he's asking a question. Read it as a question.
Out of the mouth of the Most High proceedeth not evil and good.
He said both come from the Most High. So the Most High is just as merciful and just as compassionate as he is towards Israel. When we turn his hand against us and we stop being obedient to his commandments, evil will also come from the Lord as well. He'll give you both. Read on. Just like a parent. Read on.
Wherefore doeth a living man complain?
He said, but then what happens is this. The Most High has good set up for us. We choose to do evil. And then a man will sit back and do what?
Sit up and complain.
A man will sit up and complain. He said, you complain about your conditions. You complain about the fact that he had to sting you. But you won't never point it at yourself. But you'll sit back and complain about your condition, how you're suffering now. He says, wherefore doth the living man complain? Read on.
Wherefore doeth the living man complain? A man for the punishment of his sins?
It says you complain for the what?
The punishment
Of his own sin.
You complain about the punishment of something you brought on yourself. Not acknowledging that we have to make adjustments. He said they never really see that they're the ones who bring this issues upon themselves, this grief upon themselves. Read on. No accountability. Read on.
Verse 40. Let us search and try our ways.
He said, but this is what the Most High, all the Most High wants us to do is to start really examining what you've done wrong. Like, for example, if I have a situation where there's a split amongst my family, I can say it's all their fault, or I can say, well, what role did I play in that split? Read on.
Let us search and try our ways, and turn again to the Lord.
Read on.
Let us lift up our heart with our hands unto the Most High in the heavens.
And go back and depend on who?
The Most
The
High.
Most High. Because that's what we made. That's the mistake we made anyway. We stopped focusing on the Most High. That's usually where the beginning of the problem is.
It's like all our decisions have to be structured with the foundation. Yeah. You know
Yep.
what I mean? It's like, how does he feel about it?
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, it has to be approved by him. But we're looking at, this is why the Most High had brought Ezra on that second wave, because we had already started to deteriorate.
That's love. You know, he could have been like, nah, I'm going to let y'all get there. But he's like, no, I'm going to try to save y'all before y'all get there.
Exactly. So there is one more wave that came after in 444 BC, but that was during the time of Nehemiah. We're not there yet in the Sabbath reading, but when we get there, y'all already know like what led up and what happened in the midst of us coming back to Jerusalem, and what the nature of the people were doing, what they were involved in, and what was the estate of their mentality. By the time we get to Nehemiah, you already know what Ezra was trying to fix. All right? And with that, we'll go ahead and say shalom. The water for joining us on the Shabbat. Shabbat shalom, everybody. We'll see you again on Monday. All right. Shalom. Cut this off. Let me shut this off real quick
Was that right there?
and broadcast.